Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome you this morning to the launch of the Emissions Gap Report, the flagship climate change assessment by UN Environment. We present this report to you at a historic moment, just one day before the Paris Agreement enters into force. And from a historic venue, one that witnessed the inaugural meeting of the United Nations in 1946, almost 70 years ago. Like its predecessors, the Emissions Gap Report, in its 7th year, tracks the commitments made by countries to reduce emissions and analyzes how policies will translate into emissions reductions through 2030. The report does not only outline the emissions gap, but also what it would take to bridge it. We are also pleased to share with you today the findings of a new report released by the 1 Gigaton Coalition, which shows that renewable energy and energy efficiency projects implemented in developing countries in the last 10 years will reduce emissions by almost half a gigaton by 2020, and every gigaton matters. I'm pleased to welcome our distinguished panel, Eric Solheim, Executive Director of UNEP, Shirley Rodriguez, Deputy Mayor of London for Environment and Energy, Sakr Nusseibeh, CEO of Hermes Fund Managers and member of UNEP's Finance Initiative, Hans Olaf Ibrecht, Director of Energy, Norway Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Farouk Ullah, Executive Director of the Stakeholder Forum, Vice Chair of Future Earth, and Specialist Advisor to the UK Parliament's Environmental Audit Committee. And last but not least, Jacqueline McGlade, UN Environment's Chief Scientist, who I will give the floor to immediately share with you the key findings of the report. Please, Jackie.
Thanks, Ray. Good morning, everyone. Another year makes a great difference. So what I'm going to talk about is what's sort of behind the numbers. And by the time we get to Marrakesh, I hope that many of the member states themselves will have really embraced what the major findings are of the report. Those of you who've tracked this know that from its very early stages, where we put a sort of toe in the water, where it wasn't very well received, I have to say, by member states. What is this? Are you going to start assessing us? To the point now where I can genuinely say that when we sent the report out, the analyses, the numbers, where we're now effectively coming back to countries and saying, well, this is what we think you're doing. Do you agree with us? A few robust responses, but on the whole, I think member states have realized that they're in the public glare, the numbers are out there, and they will be judged accordingly. So for the very first time, you're going to see a lot more individualized country reporting as opposed to just a kind of global picture. And we can get into that in the Q&A afterwards. So we're on a 7th report. You have on your tables a very brief summary, but effectively, we're still coming back to what is the Paris Agreement all about. And it tells us that we are still trying to get to an outcome at the end of this century of staying at or well below, certainly 2 degrees centigrade. And if we can get down to 1.5 degrees as a temperature rise overall, then all would be well. And I'm going to give you a few signal messages about are we going to get there or not. We mustn't forget, though, that we bring a lot of history with us. We bring the Cancun arrangements and pledges, so we include an analysis of that, because we can't forget that as we go forward in the enthusiasm of Paris, we still bring a lot of the history with us, and we have to adhere in some open and equitable way to saying, have you done the job you said you were going to do before you get on to new things? Of course, the intended nationally determined contributions, the INDCs, will be the focus, and more effort is being applied, both nationally, and you'll hear about the role beyond governments as to what that will deliver. Bottom line, not enough. And I'm sure we can unwrap that in more detail and in numbers. So if I'm asked today, is it sufficient to stay below 2 degrees with these INDCs? No, it is not. We have to do the same again, and we have to continue to do that till the middle of the century. Can the gap be filled? Absolutely. And I think this, for the first year, we can start to really stack up the numbers on the other side and demonstrate in real terms, from the 1 gigaton coalition all the way through, that not only are there real gains to be made economically, but we are able to deliver a transformative pathway. So I think as we go through this morning, you can certainly sense our enthusiasm, our optimism, and real tangible projects on the ground. But let's just step back a little bit, looking at global CO2 emissions. For the first time, we're seeing them stagnate. We see that, and you've got the numbers in the report. Of course, in the 1990s, we saw a kind of small percentage increase each year, 1%. Then we had a period where there was a kind of upsurge. Clearly, in the sort of 2012, 2014 period, we saw that sort of beginning to stabilize, and now we're seeing that they're slowing down. The bottom line, though, is we have to peak on these emissions by 2020. If you have a chance to reach the lower trajectory of 1.5 degrees, we need to see that peaking. Now, there's been a report out about coal emissions. I don't know if some of you have seen it. It was just brought to my attention this morning. Dramatic decrease, 80% on 2012. So there are lots of signals all over the world, and here in particular, that things are going in the right direction. I think part of our job is to understand, well, why? Is it just serendipity? Or is it because of these policy arrangements? Now, the policies, as I say, are split into two parts. Those, the 2020 pledges, and we look at those specifically for the G20 because they represent nearly 90%, in some cases 96% of emissions. So it's nearly all the world is captured in that G20. And collectively, we can say that we are on track to meet the Cancun pledges. These are the ones which took us to 2020. You will see in the picture here, but also in your press briefing, China, India, the EU as a collective are on track. We've got different models, different estimates, and we've looked at all of them. So for Brazil, Japan, and Russia, we could say they're on track according to most of the studies. We've got Canada, Mexico, Korea, US, likely to meet, but they are going to have to purchase offsets. So they're going to look for other means to achieve those pledges. And then we're in a bit of a, I would say, a more fuzzy state when it comes to South Africa, Indonesia, and others, where we simply don't have enough data to be able to say if they're aligned. And Australia, we are inconclusive on this. I'll come back to that. Raucous laughter from the floor. Right, you all know why that is. There's a long-standing discussion with Australia, and I'm very happy that we've had a conversation with the government, and I'm more than happy to elaborate on that. The bottom line is, though, there's an urgency. Getting to 2020 with the Cancun pledges is literally just like knocking on the door. We have to go a lot further. So the main thing about the 2020 setting is that it sets people's minds that there is something to do. But what we have from Paris is the urgency. And we can lay out very clearly why the urgency is probably the most impressive message if you want to take it home. And it's because you can get locked in. If you don't start moving quickly, you'll get locked into very expensive options to get out. You can avoid a lot of the costs of mitigation if you act early. But it also keeps open the option, even for a small sliver of time, for the 1.5 degrees trajectory. That's really the bottom line here. If we then look at the world from the perspective of these submissions, yes, they are a kind of mixed bag. They're coming in from different settings, intensity estimates, trajectories, mixtures of targets. Some countries, China, for example, and others, have multiple targets. A peaking target, an intensity target, an emissions target. So what we have had to do is really look at all of that, rationalize it across, and look at many of the studies that have looked at them individually and in detail to try to get this overall picture globally. So when we've looked at 160 of the INDCs and assessed them, representing 147 countries, that really does represent nearly all of the emissions. If we were to add the rest, it would not change the conclusions of this report. I'm going to just click through these. These are the storylines that appear very technical, but in fact are rather simple. It's like a bank account, effectively. Where do you think you're going? Where would you like to go? And how much money are you putting in the bank and how much you're taking out? So we have a baseline, which comes from a period, so to speak, before we started all these negotiations. And that sets us on a trajectory at about 65 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalents per year. And if I give you a picture, which I repeated this morning, that 1 gigaton is like, if you want to take 1 gigaton of carbon dioxide emission equivalents out of the atmosphere, it's like taking all the cars in Europe off the road for 1 year. That's one. Okay, so now we're going to come with 14, 15, 12. So these are big numbers. But it just kind of gets it into your head that we have a long way to go. So here's our baseline, 65. If we want to be on the 2-degree pathway, we're going to have to aim towards 42. If we want to get onto the 1.5-degree pathway by the end of the century, we've got to be down at 39 gigatons of carbon dioxide per year. Now, we have policy trajectories from many countries who signed up for Kyoto, and that puts us on a 60 gigaton pathway. So 65 down to 60. So you can conclude that our current policies are having a positive impact globally. When we then add the unconditional INDCs, so these mean nobody's put a price, no one's asking for finance and so forth, we get 56. And if we put the conditionals, if you put money on the table, we will do this. If this happens, then we will do that. Then we're down to 54. So that's all good news. That's all going in the right direction. But we have to keep in mind the 42 and the 39, because that's where we need to be by 2030. Oh, and then we have to do it all over again by the time we get to 2050. So it's a very, very long journey, and we need to really understand that this is not just a small increment over the next 10 years. It is a continuous and continued contribution to fix a very big problem. So we talk about the gap then from 12 to 14 gigatons. Now, it is a slight improvement over last year, but with rounding it, so it looks like the same numbers. If we then go to the situation where we might include also issues around the 1.5 degrees, we then go to 15 to 17. So there's a bigger gap, of course. So in summary, if you see that the INDCs are a contribution, take them as tacit agreement in a voluntary sense to make a difference. The question then is, do these policies work? Will they actually continue to move us in the right direction? And our conclusion is yes. So if you put them in action, you could end up somewhere between 2.9 and 3.4 degrees at the end of the century. That is slightly better than last year because we have more data, we have more commitments on the table. But that's still 1 degree more than where we want to be. So can we bridge the gap? Well, let's look at some of the comparative individual countries. So the EU, what you see in this graph, and it's also in the report, and then it's broken down into even more countries. So you begin to see what you can say about individual countries. So the EU as a bloc, the INDCs do actually contribute and do a better job than current policies. So that's an important message as a big bloc. And so one can also say for a number of other countries, including China. What's probably more interesting for you is the ranking. And again, that's in the report. The pictures are there for you. So when we look at ranked by emissions, like the total emissions, then of course you see that the EU, Canada, and the US have the highest reductions when it comes to the totality of their emissions. But I'm going to quickly flip on, because then you see that when we look at it from the perspective of per capita, you get a very different picture. You get the idea, of course, that those countries such as India will probably still increase their emissions on a relative basis. But I think the worrying point is that we've still got countries that have got high emissions that are continuing to increase. And those two countries that stand out in this case are Russia and Saudi Arabia. How do we bridge the gap? Well, the good part of this report, I think, is to give the stories where we can see genuine progress. The calculus is difficult. We have to make sure that we don't do double accounting. We're spending a lot of time making sure that what's in what we call the non-state actors, the cities, the industry, and so on, isn't already accounted in the government activity. So we've been as careful as we can about that. But there are enormous numbers of commitments, and we have great representation here on the panel from those kinds of commitments. So we looked at 10,000 or so, and this is an ongoing program to really understand how that formalized reporting in a company setting can be then translated into a contribution to emissions reductions. So you'll see that there's a whole variety of initiatives there, C40, the cities and so forth. Very, very interesting. So when it comes down to it, there are some big gains to be made. We have last year compiled a whole raft of areas, including land, and we estimated last year that land and improvements in land management could deliver anything from 3 to 9 gigatons per year. So there's a solution there. But of course, there's only a finite amount of land, so you can only do that for so long. But if we look at the industrial setting, the 3 sectors that really come in, of course, are buildings, industry, and transport. They contribute 40% of the global emissions. If you add to that the power sector to deliver electricity to end users, you get another 25%. So when you look at where you're going to get the biggest transitional change, these will be the sectors. And we've said it again and again, but you can do it. And we can really transform the world by going back to basics on energy efficiency and how it affects our buildings, industry, and transport in particular. The policies are proven, they need to be scaled. So one of the great examples, and I'm really pleased that the team is here, Zatuni, my colleague, is here, is from the Gigaton Coalition. And you can see that this set of pilot projects, beginning in a sense to put feelers out to see what happens over a period, in this case from 2016 to 14, demonstrating a direction, scaling up, can deliver. So yes, it may only be 1 gigaton, but you just repeat it again and again around the world, and you can see that really you do significantly reduce energy efficiency, greenhouse gas emissions through energy efficiency and the way in which people approach that problem. So there are key messages from that report, but not to underestimate the difficulty. When people want to make progress, they want to report it on an equal and fair playing field. So one of our jobs is to say, yes, if you all use the same methodology, you can start to compare one with another. And that's a very important thing in this game, because people, again, do not want to keep looking in the past of common differentiated effects. We all now want to be playing that if I do this and you do that, I can be compared to you. So that's what's very important about the coalition itself. Now, the Paris Agreement is just one of many things that the world has kind of signed up to. And we have, on the other side, the 2030 agenda. Huge contribution if it all comes together. So what we looked at this time was which bits of that huge voluntary agreement around the world are going to be aligned, and which ones are actually what we call path dependent, which ones rely on the delivery of Paris and the Paris agreements. And it turns out that, as one might expect, the energy goals, the transport, all of those, the infrastructure, are aligned, thank goodness. Because sometimes when you negotiate, you have different things coming at us. So clearly, these reinforce. If we deliver on the Paris Agreement, we actually will deliver a lot of our sustainable development goals. But what we also see is an underbelly, this path dependency. If we deliver the Paris Agreement, it will affect food security. It will affect many of the other issues. And so I think it's very obvious that we're going to be looking in more detail, certainly in next year, as to when we deliver, let's say by 2020, a new revised set of national contributions, we should already be thinking about the interlinkages between the Paris Agreement, the climate discussions, and the rest of the Sustainable Development Agenda. So let me leave it at that. Obviously, we've got more panelists to come and put more life around these different elements. But I commend you to read the report, and I really would like to stress that for the first time, I think we can say that the numbers are very strong and countries will accept the criticism that is in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And one major takeaway from the report is the increasingly important role of non-state actors. Shirley Rodriguez, Deputy Mayor of London, perhaps I can ask you, how can cities cut several gigatons of the gap by 2030, and perhaps with some focus on our host city, the City of London?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go up to this. Actually, I'll do it from here. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this launch of the UN emissions gap, and apologies from the Mayor of London for not being here. As you know, Mayor Sadiq Khan came into power some 5 months ago with very ambitious plans for London, and he started to set that vision out in his plan, A City for All Londoners, which we launched last week. And that document sets out how the city should meet the challenges of a fast-growing population, rising inequality, the challenge of a post-Brexit future, and the effects of climate change. And this all whilst maintaining the diverse, entrepreneurial, and vibrant city we all love. On climate change, Sadiq has pledged that London should be a zero-carbon city by 2050. This goes beyond the current target of 80% reduction by 2050 and reflects the amazing Paris Agreement, which we will see come into force tomorrow so quickly, much, much quicker than we had hoped for. We believe London has a critical leadership role to play in contributing to the UK's emissions reductions targets and global targets. We represent about 9% of UK's CO2 emissions. And we've already decoupled greenhouse gas emissions. Carbon dioxide emissions have fallen by around 17% on 1990 levels, despite a population increase in London of around 1.6 million people since 1990. Our per capita emissions are around 4.4 tonnes of CO2. Very big, but still the lowest of any region in England. However, the reduction we've seen is against an interim milestone of 20% by 2015. And as we've seen, this is nowhere near enough or fast enough for the trajectory needed to implement the Paris Agreement. And whilst our contribution to global emissions is small, under 0.1%, as a world city, the emissions from our goods and services that we produce, that are produced outside of London but are consumed within the city, are 3 times that amount, are 3 times around our direct emissions. So you can see we have a massive impact beyond our capital, but this presents an opportunity for us to lead. And recognising this, we're now embarking on developing a route map to achieving a zero-carbon city by 2050 as part of the Mayor's new environment strategy. But whilst we're developing that route map, we're also working on implementing programmes to tackle our emissions now. Again, the urgency that Jackie and Shireen have talked about. The programmes we're looking at are going to drive down our emissions in our homes and buildings and our transport and energy systems. The main flagship programme is Energy for Londoners, which is an umbrella programme which we hope will take a strategic and a comprehensive approach to reducing CO2 emissions whilst also tackling and alleviating fuel poverty. The programme will help Londoners generate more low-carbon energy, increase their energy efficiency, as well as support local and community energy enterprises. Some of the things that we're going to be looking at and have started work on already are we're setting up a separate company now to buy clean energy which is generated across the city and to start piloting its use with Transport for London. So how can we use that to power Transport for London's networks or buildings rather. We're also developing a solar action plan to increase deployment of solar PV and solar thermal across London. We've historically underperformed in this area when compared with the rest of Britain. So the Mayor has asked that we start on our own buildings, in particular on Transport for London buildings. Transport for London, for people who don't know, is the Mayor's transport body. And we want to involve local communities who are very keen to get involved with energy generation. Another thing that we're doing is continuing and scaling up, or looking to scale up, our energy efficiency retrofit programmes. We have 2, one for our homes and one for our workplaces. Refit for our workplaces has, since 2009, enabled over £100 million worth of retrofit projects to enter into contracts. These cover around 700 buildings, including 100 GLA group buildings, over 200 schools, and we've saved an annual saving of almost 30,000 tonnes of CO2. And we anticipate that to be over 100,000 tonnes over the lifetime of the programme. Renew, which targets our homes, has signed up 88 different organisations from London boroughs, housing associations, universities, which has enabled over £78 million worth of retrofit projects to enter into contract. This has covered about 1,500 homes with annual savings of nearly 17,000 tonnes of CO2. And we have a pipeline of projects with the potential to save a further 16,400 tonnes of CO2. As Jacqueline's pointed out, energy efficiency is not rocket science, but it's one of the hardest things to do, as we all know. And we're starting to do some modelling as to what would be needed to retrofit London's homes at 100,000 homes per year. That's over £1.5 billion. Now that's money that obviously the Mayor doesn't have. So we're now starting to look at how might we work with financial institutions, with the government to try and finance that massive retrofit that's needed at the scale and pace that's needed to meet that the Paris Agreement trajectory. We're also supporting district heating schemes, including utilising our waste heat generated from our tube network to heat our homes. And on transport, the biggest amount of emissions in London comes from our homes and buildings. Transport, because we're very well connected with a good public transport network, and we're quite a dense city, contributes about 22% of London's emissions. But we could do more, and we have to do more. So we're looking at, through a new transport strategy, how might we promote more modal shift, essentially getting people out of their cars onto public transport or more active transport, cycling and walking, as well as how do we clean up our transport fleet. The Mayor does have powers over buses and the tubes and rail, and we're also asking for more rail devolution. But for example, on our buses, the Mayor's new target that he's committed to is that by 2018, all new buses entering the GLA group's fleet will be hybrid, electric or hydrogen. Additionally, our current fleet is also being cleaned up. We have some 3,000 double-decker buses operating in central London, and the target is that they will all be zero hybrid electric by 2019, and the 300-odd single-decker buses to be zero emission at tailpipe. So far, we have about 1,800 hybrid electric buses have joined the London fleet, and that makes it the largest hybrid fleet in Europe. But we need to do more on that, and just for those who are interested, we're hosting an international zero-emission bus conference in November on the 30th, trying to encourage manufacturers to create a race to the top in terms of clean technology. And we're bringing cities together to challenge manufacturers to bring forward clean vehicles more quickly. A similar summit a few years ago, working with C40 and others, brought down the prices of buses in London by a 10% premium. So it can work, but we need to do more of that. Another area that the Mayor is working on is we're developing a new London plan, which is looking at the design of London. So in terms of new developments, the Mayor is using his his planning powers to promote energy efficiency and deliver low-carbon energy. Policies implemented over the last 5 years are estimated to have saved 300,000 tonnes of CO2 per annum. And we're reviewing those policies, and we have a very unique policy currently which we intend to keep, which is that all new homes built in London should be zero carbon. Unfortunately, the government's zero carbon homes policy has been scrapped, so London is the only city that operates this, and we'd like to see that extended across the country. And in terms of waste management, we also have a different policy. Our recycling performance in London is pretty abysmal. It's plateaued over the last few years. But one of the things that I was very struck by, and I think we do want to continue, is that we've asked waste management authorities in London to maximise their CO2 savings. We've set an emissions performance standard whilst trying to boost the recycling performance. And these savings have diverted more waste from landfill, and helped recycle high fossil carbon materials, including plastics and metals. And this has seen the equivalent of 108,000 UK cars taken off the road for a year. So a small contribution to the EU car fleet coming off the roads. I'd like to finish just by a couple of points. So one is that you may have seen the C40 research that shows that fully 1/3 of the world's remaining safe carbon budget is determined by urban policy decisions made by 2020. So it's critical that London and other cities, other mayors that are making decisions now, actually commit to the Paris Agreement and start implementing quickly. But we do face a huge range of challenges in implementation, finance, powers, and so on. But the actions we take cannot be taken and managed unilaterally. We require support from all our partners, from government, from business, and from our citizens. I think we know that we can't do this alone, and I think the Paris Agreement was just an amazing moment, and we've seen Kigali afterwards with the HFC's amendment, the SDGs and so on. So it feels very powerful, and that we're at a tipping point. And I think we've seen businesses respond, financial institutions and governments, and I think we just want to capture that momentum and work together to realise that ambition to transition to a safe climate world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Norway is a major supporter of the 1 Gigaton Coalition, a coalition that works towards bridging the gap through energy efficiency and renewable energy projects, especially in developing countries. So now I'll turn to Hans Olaf Ibrek, who is the Director of Energy at Norway's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I'd like him to bring into focus how efforts to promote innovative renewable energies could help bridge the gap, and also based on the findings of the 1 Gigaton report. Hans, please.
Thank you. First of all, let me convey regrets from my State Secretary that unfortunately couldn't be with us here today to launch the report of the second report of the 1 Gigaton Coalition. Then I would also like to thank my UNEP colleagues and the team that have prepared this report for the great work. We put them on a really tough schedule in order to meet this the deadline for the launch. We had originally planned to launch in Morocco, but it was then put forward because we got the opportunity to launch this together with our GAP colleagues. So thanks to all of you for allowing us into the room here. I think just build on some of the comments that have been made before, that every gigaton matters. And I think our report clearly demonstrates that investments in renewable energy and energy efficiency in developing countries are actually reducing emissions. It was highlighted that the emission reductions that we've captured so far amounts to less than or about half a gigaton, and it can be scaled up to 1 gigaton by 2020. At the same time, we all know that the potential is huge within the energy sector. The energy sector accounts for 2/3 energy production, and use accounts for 2/3 of global energy or global CO2 emissions. So it's quite clear that without addressing the energy sector, we will not be able to close the gap, as has been highlighted in the previous presentations here. So in our report, and we have also demonstrated that the energy sector have not come really far in measuring and reporting the results that have been achieved. That was the main raison d'etre, or the reason why we teamed up with UNEP to establish this coalition, because we saw that many of the energy initiatives that we, as the government of Norway, were supporting, that they did not really measure and report reductions in greenhouse gas emissions as an impact of their investments. And if they did, they also used different methodologies. So then we set out to work together with various energy initiatives to try to see and assess the potential whether we could come up with more harmonized way of measuring. Of course, this is really important relating to the gigaton and the GAP report, because every gigaton matters, and then we have to make sure that the gigatons that we deliver as part of the energy sector also can be included in terms of reductions in the GAP that has been highlighted by the GAP report. In our report, we've also highlighted some case studies to try to inspire further actions. We have presented case studies from China, Georgia, Mali, Mexico, Uruguay, and we hope that these case studies can inspire actors to take further action. As the Deputy Mayor just said, that we could also inspire countries to be part in a race to the top instead of race to the bottom case here. I'm not going to go into a lot of technical details in the report, but we intend to continue working together with our GAP colleagues to move forward in developing a more common, harmonized way of measuring and reporting reductions in greenhouse gas emissions from the energy sector. So we hope to be part of this in subsequent years, and that we could then also strengthen and work together with various energy initiatives. We're already doing so. We'd like to highlight the Sustainable Energy for All. We are working together also with UNFCCC to support their efforts in developing what the UNFCCC guys call the MRV system, the Measuring, Reporting and Verification systems. I would just end by the words of not my foreign minister, but the State Secretary from the US, John Kerry. He has said that solution to climate change is energy policy. And I think that through the GAP report and through the Gigaton Coalition report, it clearly demonstrates that the solution to climate change is energy policy. Thank you.
I'd like to turn now to Sakhr Seba, CEO of Hermes Fund Managers. Sakhr, I'd like you to shed light on how actions by the finance sector would help bridge the gap.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to say thank you for having me here today. Thank you, Shireen, for pronouncing my name correctly. 40 years of being an immigrant, and I've had it mangled in so many different ways. It's mind-blowing, so it's okay. And the third thing is I apologize because I'm the least academic of the panel, and therefore I'm going to mangle what is going to be said. But before I tell you kind of what the financial industry is doing, I want to go one step further and tell you what is it the financial industry should be about. Because this is key, and I want to share some numbers and thoughts with all of you that, we constantly keep on forgetting, right? The way that we talk, even on these panels, we talk as if there is something called government, or the UN, there's something called society, right? And then there's something called the economy and finance, and it's as if they're completely separate. And then when we talk about finance, we talk about these guys sort of in suits who are somewhere over there, and they sort of got the power and the money. It's a bit like government. And it's not true. Here are the numbers. The size of the world's investment, the savings, are $50 trillion. Now, who owns these $50 trillion? You do. The bus driver outside does. The person who helped us pour the coffee does. It's your money. Who is making the decisions in investment that are slowing down, closing the gap? Well, actually, the companies that you are invested in. Sorry, it's your money, right? You are also the citizens who vote in the governments who can either do the right thing, the mayors who might do the right thing, or the governments who might not. And by the way, if it goes really badly wrong, you are the ones who are going to suffer, because it is you who are going to have higher food bills, higher water bills, and if you live in the Netherlands, you're not going to have a place to live at all. So let's not talk about this divergence between the three. Now, Hermes, for 30 years, have advocated that the point of investment is a long-term ability of sustainable returns for ordinary people who invest. We define what we do as helping people retire better. Better includes a lot more that is in common with the Sustainable Development Project of 2030 than it does with what a lot of people in the city says. And we would argue that there is no contradiction, because of course, if you do not invest on the long term to retire better, then what you're going to end up with is a world which actually is so much worse that all financial returns collapse. Now, coming back to a specific element, which is what is it that the financial industry can do to help with this specific problem of reducing the gap? If the financial industry accepts, or at least the investment part of the financial industry, our thesis, that we are simply stewards for ordinary people, whose money we invest for their benefit, not ours, their benefit, over the long term, then there are many things that we can do to help. One of the easiest things that we can do is advocate. We can talk, as we do now, in conferences such as these, to people such as you, and actually almost become a political movement asking you to advocate. What are we advocating for? We're advocating for all citizens to ask governments to change policies. What kind of policies are we trying to advocate to change for? We want to take away the subsidies that still exist in many governments on carbon-emitting methodologies and projects. I mean, it doesn't make sense. We're talking about taking away the gap, and we're still subsidizing carbon CO2 emission, which is ridiculous. So the first thing that we can do is we, you, everybody, let's get together, advocate with our governments to take away this. There's the other side of the equipment. We should advocate, us as professionals, with actually subsidizing clean energy. So here is my advocation today, because we like to live by the words we do. So I'm looking to the Deputy Mayor saying, why don't we try to say, look, without taking the freedom of Londoners to have cars, let's make London a completely hybrid or electric car city by, say, 2025. That is just the same with the buses, right? It just helps. So let's advocate. The second thing we can do is we can push companies to actually declare what the carbon footprint is. If we see it, we can actually price it. But let's push them to see it. There are two gentlemen over there from Thomson Reuters who's done exactly that, which is a fantastic thing to do. We need to actually measure the carbon produced by companies around the world, because there is a cost. One of the great myths that are out there, that somehow your investment lives on its own in some virtual world and has no real impact. Any return made by any company should think about, does have an impact on carbon. If we can measure that impact, we can deduct that negative impact, if you like, from any nominal return and decide that maybe it's not such a good investment. We can, in fact, the third thing we can do is we can engage. What does engage mean? Engage means talking to companies. We've been involved in building development for many, many years, and we built one of the earliest examples of sustainable development in King's Cross, in making sure that we build carbon neutral buildings. We can engage with the building companies that we invest in, if you like, to do that. We can engage with the industries to make them more carbon efficient, that the companies that we invest in. We can even engage with energy companies and convince them to go from high carbon to low carbon emission businesses. We're not such advocates of divestment. We think actually the point is to solve the problem. And that is the duty of what you can do as an investor. We can engage with other parts of the financial system. We heard in Dubai last week how the insurance sector has worked out that actually carbon emission does have an impact on their financial returns. And we can push that because we own them. And it comes down to these things. Price it, declare it, reduce it, engage to do so, take away the subsidy for high carbon, and push to put subsidies for low carbon alternatives, because that in the long term is profitable. If we do that, in fact, we are then getting the highest possible returns for you, the ordinary savers, in the long term. It might be different kind of returns, but actually they are the right returns in the long term. I will finish with just one statement. If the financial industry, as a totality, has, in my view, the highest responsibility to ensure that this project is a success. And I'll tell you why. We are the stewards of the capital of the world, at least of the developed world and the savings world. The money that is being directed to industry is being directed by us. It is therefore our duty to make sure that it's done so in a way that is sustainable and that produces a world in which we can all live post-2020 and ultimately in a sustainable world post-2030. Now, we're not doing that because we're do-gooders. We're doing that because that's a sensible long-term thing to do, but ultimately because we are simply stewards of ordinary people's money. And the sooner the financial system works that one out, the sooner we can actually get down to doing some real work that does some benefit. We need to break down the silo that exists between government, organizations, and the financial system, if you like, and bring it back together. Because if we do not, actually, it will not be enough. Governments on their own cannot do it. Government commitment on its own will not do it. For all the good work of the United Nations, they will not do it, because the weight of the financial system is huge. It's 50 trillion, which controls another 150 trillion, 200 trillion in total. It's mind-blowing. We can change the world, but actually, you can. We should remind the financial system that it's your money, just like you remind governments that it's your vote. Thank you.
Sakran Seba, pronouncing it correct. Thank you very much indeed. And now I was really keen to have Farouk Ullah, as part of this panel, because as well as being the specialist advisor to the UK Parliament's Environmental and Audit Committee, he's also the executive director of the Stakeholder Forum, an organization that is concerned with promoting sustainable development globally. So, Farouk, what are the implications of what we heard so far on the development agenda and the achievement of the global goals, both perhaps from a more global perspective and the perspective of the developing world, but also from the perspective of the developed world? And I hope you will be able to give us kind of this synthesis.
I will do my best. Do you mind if I stand? I'm much better on my feet.
Go ahead.
Well, just to echo my fellow panelists, thank you all for coming today. Thank you for having us, and thank you to UNEP for this exciting report, which is so important for the variety of reasons we've already laid out, and which we will hopefully talk about again. I think that this report is so significant because what it does, for the stakeholder perspective, is provides the transparency and accountability for the government's commitments, and allows us to truly understand what is being intended to be done and what do we have to hold our governments to account for. The other really important part is, amongst the various successes of Paris, is this slightly shift of multilateralism as an approach. We saw in Copenhagen, which was very much a top-down prescriptive approach of getting very hard targets and numbers agreed in a consensual way, which obviously failed because of reasons that we know very well. Common but differentiated responsibilities is a principle that we hold up in sustainable development, but it's also a stick which can be used to beat down sustainable development. So we have to be very careful. Paris, however, was a unique report. It was asking countries to come to the table with their own voluntary commitments. The issue behind this, of course, is whether or not the totality of those commitments meets the challenge. And therefore, this is why this report is so important. It clearly, in a quantifiable way, shows us the gap that still remains after countries have come to the table and made their commitments, and therefore what remains to be done. And the gap is significant. My quick number crunching says that it's about 19% of the total emissions there. That's a huge gap. We need to figure out very, very quickly how to do that for a variety of reasons. So the bottom-up approach is very, very interesting. It's an exciting way to take this forward. It allows countries to take their own national contexts into account, to take the wishes of their own citizens and the approach of the pathways they wish to approach. There's many ways to skin this particular cat when it comes to sustainable development, and being prescriptive from a top-down approach does simply not work. The other things I'll pick up from the report, which I found very intriguing, is, of course, the emphasis on 1.5 degrees C instead of just 2 degrees. This is in line with the latest scientific thinking, and it's delightful to see politicians are now using sound science to drive forward policy and global commitments such as these. The other thing I noted is they've dropped the I from INDCs. That's very important. These are now just nationally determined commitments, not just intended anymore. It's significant because intentions are no longer what we need. We need to turn the rhetoric to reality. We need to move beyond just simple intentions. We also need to strengthen the need for early, ambitious action, as the report very clearly lays out. This is all about the area under the curve, what the Brits call the hockey stick. And too often, even looking at some of the graphs that Jackie kindly laid out for us, it really is not getting there at the right time. So this is not a situation of getting to 2049, flipping the switch on your great sustainable energy machine, and then all the carbon dissipates and goes out of the atmosphere. Carbon stays in, greenhouse gases stay in the atmosphere for up to 100 years. So we have to start now. Early action has to be done. You just can't wait till the last minute and turn on the big switch of the exciting machine. Therefore, action starts today. It started before. We need to keep going. I also like the fact that the report identifies where solutions are available in the 3 areas of action that it outlines very clearly. Of course, contribution by non-stake actors, which is UNFCCC parlance for stakeholders or civil society and business, energy efficiency, everything else, and then the synergies with the SDGs. Obviously, I think we need to do more. As the representative of Stakeholder Forum, I say this all the time, but we need to include stakeholders in this. It's nice to see that some of the bigger commitments made by some of the bigger stakeholder groups are being quantified, but there's so much more. This needs to be a citizen-driven agenda. And it needs to be, so I would urge the next step of this report to find a way to quantify that impact. I know this is very difficult, but this is a situation of all hands on deck. We all have a responsibility to reduce our carbon and climate impacts. So this must be done urgently as the next step in this report, I believe. Energy efficiency is huge. It's very simply the first step in the energy hierarchy. We have to focus on this. This comes with some complications, of course. How do you get big energy to change their mindset, to sell less of their major product? That's not really necessarily good for business. So how then do we work with big energy and energy companies in general to incentivize them to shift their mindsets, particularly fossil fuel companies? They shouldn't necessarily consider them fossil fuels companies. They should just consider themselves energy companies. Who cares what the type of energy they sell is? Let's just get them involved. Yes, I mean, from the stakeholder perspective, quite often some of my colleagues identify big business as the problem. But therefore, logically, if business is the problem, they are also therefore logically part of the solution. So sticking on the outside simply won't work. The SDGs always, always, always. The synergies between this are so profound. We have to understand sustainable development as a systems-based integrated approach. Do not look at any of these issues in isolation. You will result in unintended externalities and policy incoherence. So we have to identify the co-benefits that can be achieved from this. Energy is a hugely cross-cutting thing. It's embedded in everything we do, everything we own, everything we use. It can be driven in many ways, and the benefits are so profound. Reduced and improved air quality, benefits of access to energy, and therefore inequalities, all the other things that we very clearly know about that can really drive this forward. And the last thing I would add to the action point is putting my future Earth hat on now. And by the way, I had a very successful tenure in my first 3 months as vice chair. I'm now the chair of the engagement committee, so that went well. And I would say the fourth action we really need, therefore, is increased expenditure in research and development. This is massive. We know theoretically the solutions, but there's so much work to be done. We have to drive scientifically driven solutions that meet societal needs forward, and we have to fund it to find these solutions that we so desperately need. The world is a changing place. I was in Scotland on the weekend, and I spend much time up in the Highlands and the hills. For the first time ever, I saw gorse flowers coming into bloom in late October, early November. These things are happening now, so we have to get on top of it, and we have to find solutions urgently. So what we need is a people-powered energy revolution which holds our governments to account for the commitments they've made in our name. That needs to be coupled with a values-driven behavior change at all levels, in all sectors, and in all countries. Again, as I mentioned, this is a situation of all hands on deck. Everybody is responsible for tackling climate change, and therefore I think we need to unleash the potential creativity and imagination of all people in all places. And entrepreneurship and creativity is what we need most desperately right now. I think this report is a great report. It really helps, but we don't need more bumper policy reports again and again. Let's help people who have solutions, who can't get it to scale, and get it right. And match the top-down policy report with a bottom-up grassroots movement. Thank you very much. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much.
Very relevant to what we heard today, and especially from Farouk and from Saqr on the financial sector and the private sector. I just want to draw your attention that Thomson Reuters Foundation today, and we're very pleased to have the chief editor of and the chief of sustainability in Thomson Reuters. They are producing a report that looks at the top 3,000 companies in terms of their emissions reductions, and more on that a bit later during the stakeholder forum. So this is something I just feel is very, very important, and we wanted to alert to, and we'll hear from Timothy Nixon a bit later. I'd love to give the floor now to Eric Solheim for final reflections and conclusions.
Thank you so much, Shireen. Let me start by reminding all of you and myself about what we all know. This is about humans. This is about the future of human beings at planet Earth. Last month I visited Limpopo in northern South Africa, sitting in the farmer's house there, watching the wild beasts and the rhinos near his house and seeing them dying. Not dying from poaching, I mean they're also poached, but dying from drought. And the farmer telling me that this is the worst drought in my lifetime. But not only that, we have the statistics, and I know this is the worst drought not only in my lifetime, but also in the lifetime of my father and mother, who did run this farm, and my grandparents, who also did run exactly the same farm here in northern Limpopo. This is simply the worst drought in recorded history. True, the government of South Africa is much, much better at supporting the farmers than in the past, so that they are coming over it in some way. But it's this we want to avoid for the future, this enormous impact on nature and on humans. Move on to Haiti. When I was Minister of Environment in Norway, we started some programs in southern Haiti, in a place called Le Cai, the third biggest city in Haiti. Much of that is now wasted, but that's of course not the big problem. Problem is that 1,000 people just recently died in southern Haiti because of the cyclone there, and hundreds of thousands of people saw their houses, their properties, and the economic future destroyed in one day in an enormous cyclone. So let's not forget this. Whatever we do to combat climate change is about nature, but it's also about the future of humans. Less drought, less cyclones, less extreme weather. So I know that all of you are converted to this message. But we need to bring it to the attention of the people out there. And what this report sets out is that, yes, we are on the right track. We are now for the first time moving in the right direction. Last year was the first year in human history where we invested more in solar and wind and renewables than we did invest in the old-style coal and oil and gas. So we are moving in the right direction. The train is on track, but the train needs to speed up. It's not moving fast enough. And that's what we need to set out, how we can speed up. And let me suggest that the lessons was contained in what I heard Barack Obama just tell us at the conference in Washington, how much we will miss that president when he leaves office. I have to say, even whoever is elected on Tuesday next year is a great president. But he said, my 2 young daughters, I think their names are Sasha, Amalia, something like that, they have never heard, he said, the concept of acid rain. How come he said that was the biggest environment issue when I did grow up as an environmentalist in the United States of America? They haven't heard the concept. Why is that? Because it is resolved. There is no more acid rain in the United States, nor is it in the United Kingdom or in my nation, Norway. We now see salmon coming back in all the rivers in southern Norway. They were not there for 100 years. Please come and see. Please come fishing. Quite beautiful there. They are coming back because we resolve the problem as human beings. Look to the Montreal Protocol on the ozone layer. Enormous danger. We come together. We agreed in Montreal on the Montreal Protocol. Now we see the ozone layer coming back over the Antarctica because of determined action of human beings coming together and, in fact, implementing the Montreal Protocol to 100%. Bringing on 100% of the money, 100% of the action, and we see the ozone layer coming back, enormous success. How did this happen on ozone layer or on acid rain, and how can we emulate that when it comes to climate change? In my view, there are 3 elements. They are basically set out by the other panelists, but let me repeat them. It's about citizens' action, it's about political leadership, and it's about employing the enormous power of the private sector and business. But these 3 are not separate, they are, of course, coming together. On citizens' action, unless there is the desire, which it was in the United Kingdom, the United States, or many other places in the 1970s, 80s, we don't want to live like this any longer. We don't want acid rain. We want our children to experience a future without that. Without that citizens' desire and the citizens' action, nothing will happen on nearly every issue as has been set out here. And let me suggest that maybe we, as the environmentalist movement on the world, should put up a little mirror and look into whether we are really good at exciting the community out there on environmental issues. Are we speaking, for instance, a language which people can be excited about? I mean, for sure, INDCs and COP22 are absolutely necessary tools. But is there more than 1 million people on planet Earth who have ever heard about INDCs or COP22? I would suggest no. I think we are very generous if we suggest 1 million people can understand these 2 concepts, which means there is 7,443 million human beings who are out of the conversation as soon as you start using these words. So we need to change the language, and we need to change into speaking about environmental issues people can relate to and understand. I, for instance, believe that one reason why China is now a major force for environmental transformation in the world probably the biggest leader of environmental change in the world in the next 10 years, is because the combating climate change globally comes together by cleaning up the Chinese cities. So you get the narrow, local, not narrow, but the local perspective of breathing clean air for myself and my children, coming together, which is very easily understandable, visible everywhere, comes together with the global issue of climate change. So I suggest let us try to be better at engaging with citizens, otherwise we will not be able to bring the movement out there. Secondly, it's all about leadership. If you doubt it, look to what happened when two individuals did come together. Xi Jinping, the president of China, Barack Obama, the president of the United States, they came together before the Hangzhou conference of the G20 and they said, we will ratify the Paris Agreement. Before that, there was a lot of reluctance in Europe. There was a lot of reluctance in South Asia. So a lot of reluctance everywhere in the world, and most journalists said Paris Agreement will not be ratified this year. By the decision of these two gentlemen, everyone else followed within 2 weeks. There was nowhere to hide. There was not a table at the entire planet where you could hide after Xi and Obama had made this decision. So every other president and prime minister and business leader and NGO, all of us followed. So political leadership is absolutely key for moving ahead, and we see it all over the planet. In Chile, they just had the lowest rate of price of solar at any auction in human history. And by the way, the Santiago de Chile metro is now partly operated on solar energy. In Costa Rica, they have doubled the tree cover of that nation from 25% to 50% in the last 2 decades because of political leadership and, of course, getting enormous economic benefit and environment benefit at the same time. Brazil has reduced the deforestation rate, ladies and gentlemen, with 80%. That is a bigger contribution to global environment than done by any other nation in human history. It's 10 times the reduction in emissions from Brazilian Amazon is 10 times all emissions from Hans Olav's and my nation, Norway. If we, all Norwegians, got right into the North Sea, no one heard about us for the future. Still, it will be only 1/10 of what Brazil has achieved. And remarkably, even with the enormous shifts in Brazilian politics at the moment, there is no change in the desire in this regard. What a success. Or the host of the climate conference in 10 days' time, Morocco, the biggest focused solar plant anywhere in the world, in Morocco, a global leader of renewable energies, very soon to be surpassed, by the way, by Dubai, United Arab Emirates, will be an even bigger solar plant. And China, as I spoke to, half of the wind power in the world, bringing down the price of solar at a speed no one thought possible, 5 times the high-speed rail of any other nation, and now empowering the Minister of Environment with powers in China, which I think are unprecedented. I would have loved to have the same powers when I was Minister of Environment of the small nation of Norway, as my friend, the Minister of Environment of China, now have. To interfere with the local bosses, to audit their actions, to put a stop to the career of those who do not behave, making environment as a strong component of politics of China as development has been in the last decades. So the leadership, unfortunately for us in Europe, is not longer with Europe. It is also with Europe, but it's the leadership coming from large part of the developing world. That's also why I think we will succeed. And thirdly, citizens' actions, political leadership. The third component is business. Of course, business in the environment field nearly always need to be regulated, either by government regulations or by voluntary regulations. Because environment markets are made by government regulations. I mean, there's no need to regulate markets to get Samsung or Apple to make some new interventions in their cellular phones. But environment markets are normally regulated. But within that regulation, there is hardly any ceilings to what private business can achieve. We can be a lot more prosperous, have many more green jobs if we turn into the green sectors. We heard from London and really an inspiring number of measures in that regard. But we must empower business for this to happen. And we need to shift the perspective. Far too often we speak about climate change as if it's a cost. Climate change is not a cost. Most of what we need to do for climate do not cost one single pound. What we need to do is regulate markets and be more innovative and shift from inclusive brown capitalism into green inclusive capitalism. And as there was no cost involved in fighting acid rain or no cost involved in stopping the hole in the ozone layer, it was benefits for all of us, and it was an enormous amount of business opportunities. We need to shift our language from speaking about climate as a cost into speaking about climate as a huge, huge business opportunity. Then we will succeed in this combination of citizens' actions, political leadership, and business. And finally, let me point to in this optimism, but realistic optimism. We are not on the right track, or we are on the right track, but we need to speed up on that track. But what really is a cause of optimism from the last months, the Kigali conference. 1 year back, most people said there is no way we can agree to phase out the poisonous gases from the refrigerators and air conditioning systems. Then, yes, the United States of America, Barack Obama and John Kerry provided global leadership. But yes, China put itself in the group leading the progressive developing countries into rapid action. And then basically all the rest, the European Union and all the others followed and was party to that. And I think a key reason for that is, again, it was not seen mainly as a cost, but as a new enormous business opportunity. There is no reason whatsoever to believe that the main companies in the refrigerator air conditioning system are not able to innovate and make new, better, less poisonous gases. We all know they will be able to do it. They just need to make sure that the political leadership is there and there will be a constant market direction, then they will deliver. And I will give the projection, it will happen sooner than we agreed to do in Kigali, not later, sooner, because of the power of business if it's employed. So again, there is every reason to be optimistic that we can resolve these problems. We need to step up. Speed is too low. But if we employ citizens' engagement, political leadership, and forces of business, we will make the trick. And to quote one of the best slogans for the last few years in global politics, yes, we can.
Brilliant. That's brilliant.
Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is yours. We have 2 roving mics, and we are very keen to hear your questions. I'm going to give priority, please, to the media and the press at this point. And if I may, I will start here. I'll need a microphone here, please. Would you introduce yourself and let us know who you would like to direct your question to?
Hi, it's Simon Evans from Carbon Brief. It's a question for Jacqueline and Eric. I was struck particularly just now, Eric, by how optimistic you sounded. And I would contrast that with the language in the foreword to your report, where you talked about, you know, if we didn't speed up action, we would kind of grieve the loss of human potential and so on. That language seemed to be a lot more dramatic than in previous UNEP emissions gaps reports. And I just wonder if you could comment.
Well, I think given the nature of the report, I will take one question at a time and will try to answer them briefly and quite briskly. So, Eric, do you want to take this one?
Happy to take. I think we need to set out very clearly the seriousness of the issue. That's what is done by this report. Number one, if we don't resolve the climate problem, it has serious negative consequences for human beings nearly all over the planet, even in the developed world. That must be very clear. But then we also need to set out that humanity has solved enormous challenges in the past. We got rid of the slave trade, thanks to some people starting to pick up that fight, right here in this city of London. At that time, nearly all human beings felt that slave trade is normal. Priests said this is in the Bible, Muslim leaders said this is in the Quran, and for sure most economists said, the British Empire will go down and under if you don't have the slave trade. And then some picked the fight, and they won. That is just one example. I set out some environment examples of the Montreal Protocol and the fight against acid rain. I have every confidence that we can do it, but the main word for doing it is the word together. If we can do it together, citizens, private sector, and business, and together, the United States of America, Europe, China, India, and the rest, then we will succeed. If we allow some forces to divide us and mainly make conflict between us, we will not succeed.
Okay, Jeffrey Lean.
Hi, Jeffrey Lean. Can I just take up your point, Eric, about Kigali, which I agree was an amazing breakthrough, and ask Jackie and you whether the figures in this report include the 0.5 degrees we may well get from Kigali by the end of the century, and possibly the uplift we may get from extra energy efficiency, or possibly another 0.5 degrees, and then broaden it to talk about the whole question of the potential of the other short-lived climate pollutants and what we might get from them. I mean, not in any way diminishing the importance of tackling carbon dioxide. One can get a quicker bang from one's buck very often by tackling these because they're short lifetime in the atmosphere, if I get it right.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. I'll start with the Chief Scientist and then give the floor to Eric.
Okay, so we did not include Kigali because, of course, we'd concluded our analysis of the INDCs, the NDCs, prior to that. But you can see from the time frame that Kigali kicks in actually at the end of where the Paris Agreement really does its business. And what we can see, though, that, as Eric said, if you speed up one, you need to speed up both because you get the combined benefits. The tacit assumption is that it's 0.5 degree. However, we can see that if you start to include other gases, you get the co-benefits of many other parts. So when you put things up in the atmosphere, you get lots and lots of other chemical reactions. And there's some evidence from the scientific community that, in fact, those can be accelerated. So by removing some of the hydrofluorocarbons, you can accelerate some of the other chemistry. Now, it's early days in that part of the business, but it's encouraging that it's not just simply removing that one gas or that family of gases. It will have knock-on effects on some of the other global warming potential of gases in the mix. So that's a very important piece of research that we must conclude very soon.
Okay. Eric, do you want to add to that?
There is not a lot to add, just that we let us take the Montreal Protocol as also, that is one of the most successful of all agreements in human history, not just on environment. But compared to trade agreements or disarmament or peace agreements, there's very few, if any, global agreement which is implemented to close to 100%, and where the money promised has come close to 100%. So it's a fantastic success story. I think that was also why there was such a willingness to use that as an instrument for something else. I mean, the Montreal Protocol is not about climate. It's about the ozone layer and not getting skin cancer on the planet. But the readiness to use it comes from the effectiveness of the instrument and the institutions. Let me just tell you, I visited in Shanghai a couple of months back. They have a training center for the people who do the actual work. I mean, the actual work is not just done by the scientists, and for sure not by the politicians like the two of us. It's done by technicians who train people in transforming the refrigerators. And there's 60,000 people trained in this Shanghai center. So that's effectiveness of this system, which we should emulate on climate.
Okay, the lady, please.
Elaine Mills from Argus Media. I would like to ask Jacqueline, since the previous report, what are the main numbers that have changed? Because from what I can see, the emissions gap is still 14 billion if you compare INDCs to what needs to be achieved. And of course, INDCs haven't changed. But if you could just tease out the main changes from the previous report. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, if we were to give you 1 decimal point, you would see that there was a difference, and it's 1 decimal point. So in terms of communication, the numbers are the same as last year. However, it's 0.1 of a gigaton, which if you laid out all the zeros is a lot of tonnage. So where does it come from? It's actually come from the plans being much more concrete, being more defined, and more studies that have looked at individual national plans, which have enabled us to put together that very mixed picture of baselines and peaking and so on. That's the real challenge, I think, in this calculation. So the scenarios underpinning them are the same. The cost calculations were the same. But what we have is more certainty from the contributions from the individual countries and more countries, of course, that have come online. So last year we were missing data from Turkey, for example, Indonesia. Those are now in the mix. And I think what you can say is everything's tightened up a lot more. And hence, to the first question, that was exactly why this report can give a basis upon which the kind of diagnosis that Eric put to you is actually much more poignant. It's much more forceful because we feel more confident about the numbers that we're building the case around.
Thank you. More questions, please?
Andy Coghlan, New Scientist. It says in here that it's the last chance to get to 1.5. What sort of window have we got to seize that last chance, and what are the main things we would need to do to actually go that extra mile and get it down 1.5 degrees?
Well, we'll put this question to the panel and let me know if you would like to contribute. Jackie, do you want to start?
Yeah, please, for the finance, yeah.
So, besides all the scientific stuff, you can move companies to move faster to reduce the carbon emission.
Right.
You can even, going back to what something Farouk said, you can convince companies that are in dirty carbon to move out of dirty carbon. Look, the poster child of, I like, by the way, that reference to Wilberforce, who should be the hero of every English person, but is not for some reason. I'll give you an example. DSM is a poster child of an environmentally friendly eco company. It started life 150 years ago as a coal company. It went into chemicals. It decided chemicals are actually environmentally not friendly, and it's still profitable, and it's now into biochemicals, for the lack of a better word. So one of the things that you can do is you can push business to actually move faster in reducing its carbon emission. You can push business to move much faster into investing in clean energy. You can push business to move much faster in investing in new technology that actually brings better outcomes. And you can do that, as I said, because I agree completely with Eric. This is a combination of three things. Citizens have to understand they actually own the capital, they actually own the business, so they can push it that way. That's one way that you can do it.
Okay, Farouk?
Well, since Sakar referred to me, I'll refer back to him, and I would refer to environmentally damaging subsidies. The IMF, I believe, released a report last year which said we subsidize fossil fuels to a tune 10 times greater than we put into education and health combined. That is the antithesis of sustainable development. And really, just even removing the subsidies altogether would resolve a big problem very, very, very quickly, I would assume. This is a touchy subject. I don't know about subsidies in general. I feel very strongly, if you want to go for a market system, go for a market system. Don't interfere. But there are going to be market failures all the time. So I feel very strongly about subsidies. I'm not quite sure. Even to get to the point of trying to subsidize renewables is maybe not going to help very much. So subsidies, we have to nail this one. It's ridiculous. The numbers are just outlandish. Criminal even, I would say.
Can I bring this back to Jackie now?
Very quickly, if you look in the kind of small print, this is like reading a life insurance policy. There is a small print on the 1.5 compared to the 2 degrees. 2 degrees we're talking about in this and the Paris setting, there's a 66% chance. So there's also a 34% chance of not meeting it. And when you get to the 1.5 degrees, these calculations are based on 50% chance. And that's saying emissions peak at 2020, and thereafter they continue to come down at the rate that we describe here. What we also say, and again, New Scientists, I'm sure you've started to explore this, we will have a clear dependence on negative emission technologies, otherwise known as highly innovative ways of removing carbon from the atmosphere. So carbon sequestration, all these kind of technical solutions that are out there, which have never really been scaled up. So with the 1.5 degrees, we enter into a world of new, novel innovation, and we actually don't know what the impacts of that will be. That's not to say we shouldn't do it, but we should go into that world with our eyes wide open.
Can I just...
Yeah, I can give you the page.
Shireen,
with the table, yeah.
Okay, Shirley, I was just going to say, we are grappling with this in London now. The route map that I was talking about was the zero carbon by 2050 implies a well below 2 degrees C, 1.5 degrees C target. So we're trying to work out in London what exactly that means. We have an 80% reduction by 2050 already. We know we need to do what we're doing now plus the whatever it is in terms of negative emissions. It means a faster and accelerated action on building energy efficiency, on transport, on how we produce and consume our energy in London. But it also requires government action. So on the old targets, we knew roughly half of the action that we could do, the target required, was within the influence or direct control of the mayor. The other half is down to government or others, and we need an energy system, a UK energy system that's decarbonised. We need behaviour change, all of those things that Farouk was talking about, bottom-up citizen engagement and so on. So the challenge is enormous, and we are struggling. But I think, as people have pointed out, there are known solutions. It's about how do you provide the policy framework, the incentives, and take away the bad incentives, the fossil fuel subsidies, in order to get people, businesses and organisations moving down that 1.5 degree track.
Thank you very much. Norway.
Just a small comment from my side to the question on whether the 1.5 degree target is within reach. For me, if I put on my energy sector hat, I think we need to crack the energy efficiency nut. If we can deal with or come up with a useful approach to energy efficiency, I think we will make a lot of progress. And that is also demonstrated in our report, where we have assessed to what extent countries have enacted policies on energy efficiency. As you will see, the progress have been made, but we are lacking far beyond in terms of the number of countries that have enacted energy efficiency targets or policies compared to renewable energy, for instance. So for me, it is energy efficiency will be crucial, because that's where we can achieve the quickest gains. And it actually pays off also. Yes.
Thank you. I'll go to BBC. Navin, over there in green. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Navin Singh Kharka with the BBC World Service. My question is, if a car manufacturer can hide its emissions, how confident are you that countries are reporting their emissions or will report, and you can bring these reports out like this? Thank you.
Who from the panel would like to answer this question? Jacqueline McGlade.
I would just give you the science. There is no hiding from the planet Earth. And if you measure things and you measure the atmosphere and the emissions, that's where you find out. And more, because the world is kind of differentiated, and though the air mixes, you can begin to see sources and apportion that. So in the end, there's nowhere to hide. But that's the scientist's view. I'm sure in the corporate world there must be other ways of doing it in the political world.
Eric, please.
No, my short answer is that's exactly why we need people like Jacqueline, like you, like the BBC, like Farouk, the civil society. You must go after it. I mean, for sure, both businesses and government will try to cheat. I mean, that government and business have done since Jesus Christ or Buddha, and throughout history. It will continue to happen. However, in a much more open society and with strong forces from media, civil society and scientists, it's much, much more difficult than in the past. So overall, by and large, we will get proper information.
Farouk.
I would just add very quickly that this is the situation of, I don't like this phrase, but I'll use it anyway, perfection being the enemy of the good. I mean, we can't slow this down. We need our actions. We have to let these things come up. The key, though, therefore, is accountability. We have to figure out ways to hold governments to account and really scrutinize what they're doing. And it shouldn't just be in 2030, oh, did we achieve it? It has to be annually. We have to get better at this. And I see this all the time. My fellow stakeholder colleagues ask me, who do we go to hold our governments account? It's us. I mean, why are you deferring your own responsibilities and your rights as a citizen? You hold your governments to account. So we have to get better at that, and everybody needs to be aware of these things. And annually, we have to be tracking progress in a clear way. But I don't think the plans should be put to that level of scrutiny, because it would slow things down immeasurably.
More questions, please.
Hi, Charlotte Middlehouse from China Dialogue. My question is for Eric. You said that China is going to be the biggest leader of environmental change over the next 10 years, and a lot of those innovations are happening in Chinese cities, in other words, at home. But there is concern about China building polluting infrastructure abroad, particularly through the New Silk Road route. And my question is, do you think China needs to focus more on bringing in stricter environmental standards to its overseas projects? How much of a concern is that?
Yes, indeed, I believe they need to do that, but I also believe they are on the way to do it. We will sign, I will hopefully sign an agreement with the Chinese in 1 month's time on the greening of the One Belt, One Road initiative, which you referred to, which is a kind of signature program or project of President Xi. And I think they understand that they need to green that. But it's not like all Western programs are green or that there is a difference here. I mean, China is now the main builder, constructor of railroads in Africa, which is enormously important for development, but it's of course also enormously important from the environment because it put out lorries which are so destructive. Last month, the railroad from Addis Ababa to Djibouti was open, enormously important economically for Ethiopia, but also good for the environment. China has constructed the first tram line in Africa south of the Sahara, opened in Addis Ababa last year, beautiful trams. They are now starting constructing city rail in Kano, northern Nigeria. So there's any number of positive programs, but indeed they should go greener. And we should support that development. But China is so big, both on the emission side, but also on the solution side. That's why I believe that we'll see a lot of this leadership coming from China.
Please, right there. Thank you.
Thanks. Ben Garside from Carbon Pulse. Jacqueline, you mentioned that this report has perhaps more country-level focus than in previous years. So which countries can you expect to have the sternest conversations with after publishing it? And also, it's something that came up, the issue of double counting. Shirley's mentioned a huge range of initiatives that London is taking. So I wondered, from the governments that are going to be at these UN climate negotiations the next couple of years, are they aware of how does this all of these actions feed into what they're thinking? And maybe they're sitting on a whole load of potential that they're not really aware of, and therefore they're not moving on.
Well, you can read in the report. I mean, we're going to have conversations across the board because we think that everyone can do a lot better. Every government can do a lot more. But I think that, to be perfectly honest, when we look at some countries, Saudi Arabia, Russia and others, we're just not seeing the progress. In fact, we're seeing some retrograde movements. Now, that could be because it's sectoral and it's coming from one area. So one of the things that we've been able to achieve is a dialogue which points to where some policies are just not achieving what was thought even a year ago. But I must admit that in some cases, it's just the mere on a positive side, it's the first time that we've actually got real numbers from some countries, Turkey, for example. So, you wouldn't want to have the stern conversation at this point. What you want to be having is the conversation that says, have you got the right policies? Have you got the right action? Very quickly, though, moving on to the point of the double accounting, we have done our very best to make sure, a bit like international finance, where do you end up paying the taxes? It's exactly the same issue for us. Where do you actually do the accounting when you have big international initiatives? Something we should talk about in the stakeholder debate. And that attribution process has not yet been properly defined. If that was one thing that we could get out of the dialogue in Marrakesh, it would be a tremendous help. So it's an accountability, but it's also an attribution in a positive way, a contribution towards the emissions reductions. And we genuinely do lack that as part of this monitoring and verification process. And that requires good science. It requires a different kind of accounting, something that we need to work on, which is why the gigaton work is very important. So we're not there yet, I'll be very honest.
Eric Solheim will need to enter into a bilateral fairly soon. So any questions that I directed, at him first, and then I'll take the others. Please, go ahead.
Hello, Peter Hobson from Reuters News. I just wanted to ask about Marrakesh and expectations for the next couple of weeks from that. And also, if you don't mind, correct me if I'm wrong, but the headline from last year's emissions gap report said the gap was going to be up to 12, and this year has 12 to 14. I wonder if you could just quickly help me understand what the difference is there. Thank you.
Okay, so on the Marrakesh bit, perhaps I'll start with Eric, and then on the figures, we'll go to Jackie.
There are two main expectations for Marrakesh. One is a huge celebration to celebrate the coming into force of the Paris Agreement faster than most people thought, and with the determined leadership which I've spoken about by the United States and China, but of course with many, many others coming in. So there will be celebrations. And the second is actions. Though there are still some issues to negotiate, Paris was about negotiating, Marrakesh is to set the path for action. And of course, the judgment, the historical judgment on Paris will also be, are we able to rapidly move into action? And I hope it will be an arena for displaying actions in all the areas where we need. I mean, energy is, I agree with the panel here, energy is number one. But it's as well about landscapes and agriculture, where we need a huge transformation of the world. It's about fisheries. It's about a rapid transport system and city management. Cities are key. I mean, 50% of humanity are already living in cities. It will soon be 60, 70. In parts of Latin America, urbanization is now 90%. Like in Argentina, close to 90 in Brazil. So we are moving towards a cities planet. And then, of course, any number of the issues we heard here from London are by and large the same, whether it's London or it's Wuhan, China, or Belo Horizonte, Brazil, or Mexico City, or wherever it may be. And we need global solutions to cities issues.
Jackie, on the
figures.
figures.
Very quickly. Last year's report, of course, was based on fewer because we didn't have as many contributions planned out. We only had 10 studies. We now have more than 27. So it's very much more about being considered around the amount of information and the data. So yeah, that was the difference.
No fundamental underlying changes?
No, just more data and more rigorous analysis.
Okay, thank you. I'll go over there, please.
It's Tom Clark here from Channel 4 News. A case study to help us focus on this question of leadership that Eric so well articulated. The first thing that greets most people when they come to the City of London, step out of a train station or an airport, is a fleet of diesel-powered taxi cabs idling on the roadside. I cycle past them every single morning on my way to work. The Mayor of London is committed to phasing out the diesel taxi fleet, as I understand it, yet there is no mandatory requirement, he's not taking any action to force those taxis off the road. Likewise, with diesel delivery vans, which make up a large chunk of the air pollution in the City of London. I just want to raise that as a case study of many of the challenges you face. How do leaders take on special interest groups without the money to force them to do what they want?
Shirley, do you want to?
Well, on the taxis, the mayor has developed a plan for how do we clean up our taxi fleet. But the problem that we're facing is supply of cleaner taxis, the funding to help those taxi drivers switch, and then just generally, things like anti-idling projects and so on, enforcement. So sometimes it's powers and so on. So what you can do, and what we are doing, is, for example, Transport for London is working with the government to come up with a scrappage scheme that can encourage, so jointly funding a scrappage scheme to encourage taxi drivers to move out of those polluting vehicles and decommission. We are talking, and we have been talking, to manufacturers to try and bring forward cleaner vehicles. But, an outright ban, we'd love to be able to do that, but you have to balance economic interests and the practical logistical sort of feasibility of phasing some of these things out. But we are doing things about encouraging zero-emission vehicles, giving priority to cleaner vehicles and so on. So it's a combination of things. It's not just about banning. But the first thing is about leadership. Recognizing there's a problem and saying that you want to do something about it. And then working with the industry and others who are affected to come up with solutions. Often they have those solutions already. They just need the sort of policy framework that sometimes is in the gift of the mayor, and sometimes you have to get that by working with government to devolve those powers or exercise those powers.
Thank you. I'll go way in the back. The gentleman over there. Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes, Jakob van Uxkull, World Future Council. We know the solutions are there, but why aren't they being implemented? It seems to me that you are avoiding this issue. Subsidies should be abolished, yes, but why hasn't it happened? When Jordan abolished petrol subsidies, the income of taxi drivers fell by 2/3. Pavan Sukhdev says in his book Cooperation 2020 that if corporations would be forced to internalize their production costs, which really everybody would agree they should, most would go bankrupt. So I miss this emphasis on the fact that this transition is going to be extremely costly for all of us. We need to help the poor who can't develop, can't choose the cheap development path we have chosen in the rich countries at the expense of nature and the future. We need ecological tax reforms. We need to be honest with people and not pretend that this is somehow going to be easy and we're on the right track, because we are very far from it.
Any responses from the panel? I'll start with Farouk.
I mean, it's a very important question. I mean, this is pretty much the big barrier. Why are we not just doing what we know we need to do, including the fact that we have many of the solutions at hand? I would say there's two things to talk about here, of course. One is it's not about abolishing subsidies, because many poor people actually benefit from them, even fossil fuel subsidies. So it's about phasing out to allow people to adapt. That needs to be coupled with what the ITUC calls the fair and just transition to the green economy or sustainable development. We have to take people along. There are many people who are in the brown economy who could be left behind. One of the overriding principles of the SDGs is leave no one behind. So we have to be very sensitive. That requires education schemes, capacity building, and everything else. So gentle phasing out to allow people to adapt to the new circumstances is key. But at the same time, of course, vested interest is very, very strong. And this is not just big business. This is, as you pointed out, people on the ground, poorer people who actually benefit a great deal. And they have a vested interest as well. It's not necessarily these evil corporations who are pulling the strings behind, big elections and campaign financing. So we have to be careful. This is a very nuanced discussion, and these are the big issues. But until we get to that point of understanding how to incentivize people out of their vested interest, we're not going to achieve it.
Eric?
I have an issue with the idea that this is very costly. I don't think it's costly. I think at the end it's about transforming from brown, bad capitalism into green, much more exciting capitalism. And most of what we need to do not cost. It's true shifting cost from some people to others. I mean, let us take that example. Indonesia had subsidies for fossil fuels which amounted to the combined cost of the state budget for health and education. I mean, it's amazing amounts. Reducing that cost for fossil fuels, moving the money into education and health, is of course enormously beneficial for most Indonesians. There may be some interest groups who do not benefit, but nearly all Indonesians do benefit. And the problem is the political shift, how to manage that. Because if you are a poor citizen in Indonesia, you would very often be skeptical towards politicians. You will think that when you reduce the price of petrol, which is the most targeted subsidy of the upper middle class anywhere in the world, the poorest get nearly nothing. The lower middle class in Indonesia would have a motorbike, get something. But the bigger the cars and the more cars you have, the more you get. But you may be afraid that the price of the bus ride will increase a little bit, or even that the price of rice may increase a little bit because of the increased cost of transportation. And to convince people that the benefit of the enormous improvement you can make in health and education for the same money is tricky for politicians. And that's why it didn't happen for so long. Now it's happening. because President Yakovo was able to do a lot of this coming into power. And it's the political shift out of old mindsets to fight, as the other speaker said, fight entrenched interest groups. That is the issue. It's not that it's costly. Overall, it's not no cost, just benefits.
Okay, Sakhr, please.
So Eric hits on a very important point, which answers the guy from Channel 4 and the other one. There is a bad understanding of economics. I mean, this is the central thesis of what Hermes believes. We're not counting the full cost of investment, nor are we deducting from the return on any investment the full cost of that investment. Let me give a specific example with the bicycle ride, okay? So what we're doing is the following. The government says, here is a group of people who drive black taxis, and they have a living and they contribute to the economy, right? If we force them to come out of black taxes and go into, let's say, black hybrid taxes, for the sake of argument, somebody's got to pay a subsidy, that's a lot of money. That's how do we fix that, how do we pay for them, and so on. What we're not doing as a nation, as economists actually, this is a fault in economics, we're not thinking there's another side, which is a ledger that says, every black taxi is producing CO2, as actually the cars, every cyclist is breathing it in. What is the bill to RNHS from the fact that you're breathing in CO2 with your fellow cyclists over the next 10, 15 years, right? And when you actually put both sides, the cost and the possible subsidy, it may be that real economics shows you that actually if you invest now, you save so much in subsidies in the future that in reality, as Eric says, it's not costing you, it's saving you money. And this misunderstanding of economics, where we separate the cost from actually the return, the nominal return, is why we continuously make the wrong decisions when it comes to big business. Because we're not counting what we would call at Hermes the holistic return, the total cost. And the total cost has a negative side to the ledger as well as a positive. So it doesn't cost, it saves money. It's just we don't recognize it because we've got the wrong economics.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll take maybe 1 or 2, 3 more questions, but first I'll have to thank Eric Solheim very much for his contribution to the launch, and I must invite him to proceed to his bilateral meeting.
Eric.
Thank you very much indeed, Eric. We'll have to take the microphone from you, Eric, I'm afraid. Okay. All right, the gentleman over there, please. Asha, would you help us with the microphone? Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Abbas Abdurrafiu. I'm with the Center for Innovation and Energy Demand, University of Success, and I'm an associate fellow in the university.
You will have to excuse me because we are going to have another session with the multi-stakeholder dialogue. So I would like to give priority to journalists at this point, please. So the gentleman over here, forgive me, but there is a very exciting session right after the break and much less formal. We'll have the opportunity to discuss. Yes, please.
Thank you. Jacqueline, Carl Matheson from Climate Home. Just wanted to ask you to elaborate on what you said about your disagreement with the Australian government and whether you think they'll meet the 2020 target.
You're the plant, right, okay. I'll be very frank with you because it was in the press last time in Paris. When I sat with the minister, Greg Hunt, it was very much about, but we have all these plans. And I said, but until they're on paper and they're public, we can't do the calculation. And he talked very much about the coal-fired power plants and made a very strong statement, and he followed it up in public, saying, well, we have many coal-fired power plants that the public knows about, but they've been shelved. And I said, yes, but does anybody know they've been shelved? Because this is half of the issue. There's a kind of process which takes a long time before it comes out into the open that these 15 plants are not going forward. So until we know they're not going forward, they're in the calculation. So we were in an impasse last year, and we found language that kind of got us through some choppy waters. This time, what we did was we worked very closely with the officials, and we backtracked. And so we said, okay, what can we say as far as where you are on track? And by, so to speak, unbundling the INDC and looking at all the various elements, we can comprehensively say that as far as Kyoto, on track. Now the question is, if you go forward to Cancun and you go forward to Paris, what does that look like? So slowly, we're going to get to the point where we will be able to make a clear statement. But right now, Australia is, I would say, neutral with regard to whether it's making progress or not. On its 1990, it's okay, but when we talk about is it going to meet a 2020 trajectory, because it's not been set, it's very difficult to evaluate progress and distance to target. So you can read into what's written in this report that it is a work in progress, it's a very open dialogue, and we continue to press the government that so far as they publish, it's possible to publish this retraction of certain licenses, that will help the case. But until we see that, we can't document it.
I think I'll take maybe one last question, and then let me just alert that we'll go to a short break. We'll offer you some much needed coffees and teas, I'm sure. And then when we come back, Simon Maxwell, right there, Executive Chair of the Climate and Development Knowledge Network and member of the Steering Committee of the Emissions Gap Report, will lead the multi-stakeholder dialogue where we hope to hear more from you, including, of course, members of the audience here who are not part of the press. So one last question right there, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Andy Coughlin again here. We've gone right through the morning and no one has mentioned the N word, nuclear. To what extent is it good, bad? Could it help us, get to 1.5 or 2 degrees more efficiently, quicker? Is it a shortcut? Can we take it? I don't know.
Okay, I'll start with Farouk Ullah, and then I'd like to give the floor to Jackie, because in fact it was part of the emerging issues that UNEP tackled maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And we do have a very interesting report on that, which I'll be happy to share with you. But first, Farouk.
I think it's a great question. Nuclear is a really tricky beast here. I think the key of it, of course, is that it's maybe a necessary evil, a bridging technology, but it should not be seen as a long-term solution. The big issue around nuclear is twofold. One is, of course, the concrete that goes into the commissioning and decommissioning, which is hugely carbon intensive. In an old Sustainable Development Commission report, we estimated that it actually only results in about a 2% carbon savings. And that even depends on doing it very, very well. The other side of nuclear is, I would say, it's one of the biggest examples of unsustainable development, in the sense that you are deriving a benefit in the current time period and creating a problem for future generations to deal with. You are creating energy, producing nuclear waste, to which we have no solution for. We're burying it in the ground and asking people 10,000 years from now to deal with our problem. That is the pinnacle of unsustainability. Therefore, the solution has to go back to what I was trying to say earlier, research and development. We need to move to 5th generation nuclear fission, and of course, nuclear fusion has to be cracked this century. It's absolutely key, and that has to be, R&D is the key. So precautionary principle here on nuclear, don't stop researching it, but be careful how you deploy it. And in other news, I would like to just say that the government just lost the vote on Brexit, and there has to be a parliamentary vote to trigger Article 50. So that's exciting news as well.
Well, back to the science now.
As a UK citizen, no comment on that one.
I'm actually Canadian.
Okay, I would just like to draw a parallel. The UN environment is very, very clear that we have some risky technologies, we have some safe technologies, and we have things in between. And when it comes to energy, we have every single one of them on the table. Fracking all the way through to well understood coal. And what we evaluate more and more as we go forward is not just the incipient risk of it in a particular way, so fracking on water, nuclear in terms of a potential risk of an accident, and CO2 from coal-fired power plants. We're forced to look at it in the round. It is the footprint, exactly as Farouk has said, how much carbon dioxide is used to create. The nuclear industry and the infrastructure is enormous. But I tend now to give advice to member states, but also within the UN system, that in a highly regulated environment like the United Kingdom, you have a greater chance of achieving a short-term gain in emissions reductions from such an investment. However, there is very little doubt in our mind that it is not a technology that's fit for purpose for vast other areas in the world. What we need there is nimble, flexible, off-grid solutions that will operate in rural environments, require very, very low maintenance, and essentially can be resilient to all kinds of environmental shocks. So I'm giving you a differentiated answer because I think the world is differentiated here. The question it comes back to is, what is the subsidy that you need to put nuclear on the table? And effectively, it's your question. It's the, have we got the economics right? My personal opinion is, I think we've got it wrong, because those of you who live in the far-flung parts of this particular set of islands know very well that it's actually a problem of intermittency if you're in the Orkneys and if you're in the far-flung areas. So baseload does not help you if you're stuck in the outer areas. So you face exactly the same problems as one does in rural Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, and so forth. So here I see that the agile approach that, for example, Kenya has taken towards renewable energy, getting around the issues of Kenya Power, which has been a lock, stock and barrel deliver down the line of, big substantial investment, to now recognizing that the Renewable Energy Agency has a life of its own and will deliver probably electricity to more than 70% of the population. That's where you see the gains. And then you have to fix out pricing and so on. So our recommendation is, don't get too hung up on the footprint, but remember in the long term, exactly as Farouk has said, this is about a massive subsidy. And if you don't have the ability to put that subsidy in, you shouldn't be using that kind of technology.
That brings us to the end of the press conference. When we come back, we're going to have much more, this and much, much more with Simon Maxwell. We're going to look at gender aspects of the discussion. We're going to look with Thomson Reuters Sustainability at the top 3,000 companies and how they managed to reduce their emissions. Very quickly, I'll thank again our panel, Hans Olaf, Shirley Rodriguez, Sakra Naseba, Farouk Ullah, and our very own Jacqueline McGlade. Please enjoy the coffee break. And we see you back in a few minutes in an interactive session where we will hear more from you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I think we are quorate. Our time has gone from 2.5 hours to just over an hour, so we are going to be flexible and try and finish on time. The embargo has been lifted, so you are now free to tweet about the report. Some of you have cheated and tweeted already, I think. And we are being live streamed, so you are on the record, which encourages you to be as controversial as you can possibly be. Some of the people on the panel you've met already, and I'm going to combine the two panels and tell you in a second what I think the exam question is. Tim Nixon, who's Chief of Thomson Reuters Sustainability. Saka Nusseibeh, you've already met. Who's supposed to be here? No, Shirley was supposed to be there, but it doesn't matter. Come sit here, because otherwise I get in a terrible muddle. Okay. Sorry. Shirley.
Help me.
Rodriguez, who is Deputy Mayor of London. Janet Macharia, who's the UN Environment Gender Advisor. Where are we? Farouk Ullah, you met this morning. And finally, Hans Olav Ibrek. Eric Solheim is not able to come, and Jackie will join us when she's free. Look, I think we had some very interesting discussion this morning, some of which was incredibly positive, and from the UNEP representatives particularly, and then some of it not so positive from the questions from the floor. You know, what does this mean actually? How do we do this? Who are the losers? What about all the huge policy debates that we face in the UK as an illustration of problems that countries face all over the place, with every planning decision contested, with significant impact on communities and on regions of the country as a result of the decisions we take on climate. And I think it would be helpful for us to really push at those questions so that we try to make some progress between now and about 1:10 when we're going to finish. We had a couple of questions on our list. One was whether actions under the Paris Agreement are enough to bridge the gap. That's not a very interesting question, because we know the answer is no. On the figures in this report, we have achieved something like, through Paris, about 30% of what needs to be done by 2030. And the number that everybody needs to remember about climate change is 42, which is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. And if we don't get to 42 by 2030, then we run a significant risk of runaway climate change, and we are only 30% of the way there after Paris, 70% still to do. And if you start thinking about the low-hanging fruit having been picked and the hard decisions still to come, I think we have a major job ahead of us, and that focuses this discussion then on the policy implications of the amazing science that underpins this report. The big optimistic story from the report is this 10,000 plus initiatives by non-state actors that Jackie referred to. Cities like London, regions, and very many companies. A key question is whether all those initiatives are additional to what's already in the national commitments, the NDCs. And if they are additional, and if people do what they say they're going to do, there is a very large potential impact on total emissions. If they're not additional, and if companies don't deliver and cities don't deliver, then of course the impact is not there. So how much can we really trust these large number of non-state emissions? This is a UK discussion, but it's a global discussion. CDKN, the organization I chair, works in 70 developing countries, all of them struggling not just with the immediate adaptation problems that Eric talked about, but also with these long-term mitigation issues, and we're working a lot with countries on how to implement NDCs, and I'm glad to say we have funding, among others, from DFID and from Norway, for which we're very grateful. So what I'm going to do to open the discussion is not ask all the panelists to, quote, speak, unquote, but ask them to say one thing, one interesting and challenging thing in response to this conversation we're having. And I'm going to quickly zip along, which will take us 6 or 7 minutes to go along the line, and then we're going to open a conversation with you and see whether we can't push the policy analytical conversation we're having to some sort of conclusion. So Tim, if I may, I'll start with you. I know you haven't spoken before, you probably have a 10-minute speech, but try and just say 1 or 2 things now to kick us off.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for the honor of speaking today. I'm here with my co-author, John Moorhead, and we just published a new report on the emissions from the Global 3500. Now, these are the largest publicly traded 3,500 companies of the world. And the reason this is important is this is the audience for the investor community. This is where these folks can intervene and start to ask key questions. And what we found was that this 3,500 companies represents around 20% of global greenhouse gas emissions and 48% of global GDP. But then if you factor in their supply chains, that 20% rises to over 50%. So this is a hugely impactful group of companies globally. Only about 50% of them actually report their numbers on emissions, but we estimate the other 50%. So now we have a complete tapestry for what this group of global actors is doing. So there's a couple findings I just want to share with you quick. We looked at the gap in their performance. So how are they performing starting in 2010 up through the end of 2014, which is the latest date for which we have data, versus the latest UNEP guidance, okay? And what we found was for a 2-degree world, these companies are 9.5% over where they should be, okay, 9.5%. If you look at a 1.5-degree world, it's 12.3%. We also looked in the report at where there's evidence of companies that are growing their business while at the same time declining emissions, this decoupling or sustainable growth idea. And unfortunately, I have to report that we found it fairly seldom in roughly 25 to 35% of the companies, depending on what region of the world you look at. So there's a good 2/3 of companies that are growing their business but not decoupling that growth from the emissions they're putting out into the world. So what is the real purpose of this report? Really, it's to try to arm the investment community and other stakeholders for these critically important group of global actors with questions they can ask. Questions like, okay, business A, it looks like you're managing to grow your business and at the same time reduce your emissions over time. How are you doing that? What are the innovations in play that we can learn about and maybe even share with some of our other investments? Or conversely, you could ask, look, business B, you're not achieving really declines in your emissions while you're growing your business. When are you going to start looking at that? Not just in your own operations, but also across your supply chain, where you can really make a very, very significant difference globally. And I think finally, the final point I just want to make, I know I've gone on too long, is that this is really ultimately a human question, as we've heard later on today. President Obama says the first generation to feel the impact of climate change, and this is the last generation that can do something about it. So I actually think that it's an appropriate question to ask the C-suite, what would you tell your grandchildren about your contribution to reducing climate change, the problem that we've all had a role in creating and now urgently need to resolve. So I know that's more than maybe you asked for.
I'm just very puzzled by some of this. I mean, first of all, I'm curious to know what the drivers are of private sector engagement. I mean, are all these multinationals doing this out of the depth of their soul, out of the goodness of their heart, or is action dependent on public policy?
Yeah. So in the data, we see significant evidence that in more developed, highly regulated economies, we see much more incidences of what we call sustainable growth. So business is growing while at the same time declining their emissions. Where we look in the developed world, we see that less often. And that's because those are places where businesses are growing very rapidly, providing electricity to places that have never had them before, and there's very, relatively speaking, little regulation in place. So there's a certain correlation there.
One of the books that everybody who works in this field will have read is Naomi Klein, Capitalism versus the Climate. When you give us these stories, it looks very positive. 9.6 over is not that much of a gap to bridge.
It's 5 gigatons. So it's 5 gigatons over.
Are there sectors which are villainous and sectors which are angels?
First of all, this is not a naming and shaming exercise. I mean, many of these businesses are contributing to global welfare in very important ways, okay? But there are 4 sectors that really are most sort of, I would say, where the most opportunity is, okay? And those include the usual suspects, really, utilities and industrials and materials. So no surprise there. They actually represent 92% of global emissions in our sample.
All right, we're going to come back, I think, to this issue of whether the private sector is performing and who's performing and why they're performing in the way they are. Saka, when you hand out money to these people, our money, as you reminded us this morning, how high an environmental standard do you set for the people you invest in?
Well, for us, high, but for most of the city, not so high. So let me sort of go back and answer your original question that you asked Tim. The answer to the question is the one single thing that we can do to change this is to take personal responsibility. That's it. That cuts across from what Farouk was saying, to what Eric was saying. It's personal responsibility. So to answer your question specifically, the owners of companies have to realize that when they own companies, and I'm talking about you through your savings and through your pensions, and us in the city as investors, as your agents, have to understand that owning a share means you own a company. If you own a company, you're responsible for it. So let me put it this way. The fact that these companies are 9.5% over target, it is all of your and mine and us fault because we own them, right? It's not like it's somewhere out there. They're our companies. We own them and we're letting them do it. So what the investment community should do is ensure that they have a conversation with these companies to tell them, look, we, the owners, don't want you to do this, bring it down. What's happened so far is the conversation we've had is, look, this is bad for your business, it's risky, reduce it so you can increase your profit. And that conversation is working about the environment with insurers, about governance. We've not gone to the next conversation, which is, we the people, if you like, want you to do this because we own you. And I look forward to the day where in the city, the majority of asset owners who are your agents actually act as stewards of your holding in companies and act as responsible owners in companies. I'm a chief executive. I work for 320,000 pensioners who are workers in the BT pension scheme. I work for them. I do what they ask me to do. The C-suite has to understand it's owned by ordinary people. Now, I'm willing to wager not even the 50 million who are going to vote in the X next to Mr. Trump in a week's time, not even these 50 million actually want the C-suite to sink the world into a 2.5-degree warming, right? They don't. Not really.
So let me just ask you, do you support divestment?
I think divestment doesn't solve the problem, right? Divestment just means that the company is out there still producing it. I think people who own companies should engage with them. I repeat again the example I gave you in the earlier panel. DSM started this life as a coal company, and it has nothing to do with coal now. The idea is to go to companies which are oil companies and say to them, do you know what? Stop doing oil, go to gas. Hey, why shouldn't you be the biggest solar companies in the world? Aren't you energy companies? Go to car companies, say to them, stop making diesel engines. I don't want to mention names, but you know, look at these beautiful electric cars which are ridiculously expensive coming out of California. You know, isn't this sort of the object of desire that people want? Produce mass cars like that. Tell companies to produce black cabs that are completely electric and so on. So there's a responsibility to make it better. That's why I started by saying the single answer is personal responsibility.
Okay, so here's the proposition. Many companies see themselves as responsible. They're driven by the interests of their various stakeholders. They are taking action on a large scale in many sectors, in many countries, driven by a desire for greater profit and also environmental responsibility. Question to the audience, put your hand up if you buy that. Put your hand up if you don't. Put your hand up if you're still thinking about it. Fine, a few of you. I think we need to interrogate that narrative, as we say in the business, and understand what it means, really, in terms of whether or not additional regulation or incentives or taxation is necessary.
Or whether you just simply engage. I mean, look, why don't you write to your pension schemes where you have your money and say to them, I want you to ensure from now on that when you speak to companies, you ask them about your carbon emissions. If you do that and they get hundreds of letters, they're going to write to the fund managers and tell them to do that. If the fund managers do that, the companies are going to pay attention. If the companies pay attention, they're going to bring it down, right? Yeah. Do something.
Only that I completely support this point about divestment. I mean, it's a very symbolic gesture, but I'm not sure if it's the correct one in the long term. I mean, if you want to change a direction of a company, you have to be within. It's the belly of the beast, but this is the way we're going to have to invoke change. We have to use our capital. We have to use our votes. Disengaging ourselves from those processes, whether they be political or capital, is not going to help. I mean, it only actually signifies to these people that they can keep doing whatever they want, and that change internally is not required. And I find that very worrying. And I think that, again, going back to my point, this 1960s, 1970s mentality of us against them, and all business is bad and we can't change them, is defunct. We have to get better at it. This is, again, it's a multi-stakeholderism, all hands on deck. We have to work together. And if that case is true, then we really have to figure out better ways. But at the same time, we can't be complacent. You have to write the letters. I know it's a pain in the ass, and you've all got many other things to do in your day, but you have to take the time. That is what responsible citizenship, responsible investorship is all about.
Tim, just before you come in again, sorry, and I'm just going to hold you for 1 second. I just want to see whether anybody in the audience would like to contribute on this question of how we realize the huge potential that appears to exist given the report from the private sector. Let's take a couple from that table and then we'll go over there. One of you stand up and say something. You need a microphone. Who's got the microphone? The rules are, I should have said, please stand up, say who you are. I much prefer it if you say something rather than ask a question, so this becomes a conversation, not a Q&A. Yes, please.
Ilmi Granoff, Overseas Development Institute, and a contributor to the report. Just sort of two parts to it. One response is, of course, the private sector has to play a role, but it is the public sector's role to make the rules of the game in which the private sector operates. So it does go back to the public sector. We will all play by those rules, well, sometimes, if they're well crafted. And so it does go back to the Paris Agreement. I think the wrong question to ask about the Paris Agreement is, do the Paris commitments close the gap? That's sort of like saying, does the channel get us to Paris in 3 hours? The channel does nothing. It's how fast the train goes. So the Paris Agreement is the architecture. Through those commitments, we need policies and regulations that shape the playing field on which the private sector operates if we want those commitments to be made. Writing a letter to your fund manager or asset manager is all well and good, but really what they'll respond to is if it's understood that carbon risk is a risk factor in future investments, and that when they look through the risk factors in an offering, that is a real danger that they have to evaluate, and that comes from the public sector, those signals.
Okay, any one top pick of a public sector policy you'd like to see that is underused in the world?
A top pick?
You could say universal carbon pricing, for example.
No, I would actually say
Yes, I agree.
I would actually say the revenue model of utilities, but it's a little bit wonky. So I would say how we make money from electricity and energy has to change, because right now it's extremely inefficient how we make money from that sector, and that will send the right signal. But
very good. We might come back to that in a second. Two quick comments from this table, and then we'll come back to the panel.
Ilmi made my comment much more eloquently than I could have done, so I'll just
Could you stand up and say who you are, please?
Yeah, my name is Aaron Leopold from Practical Action. We're a development charity, but I'm also on the board of directors of the Distributed Renewable Energy Association called the Alliance for Rural Electrification. And I would just add one little point that, it's the public sector is so important in putting signals to finance, simply because you're asking by saying we need to write letters and act on this for the citizenry to be horribly vertically integrated, which, if you look at it from a business perspective, is just begging for emergency situations and blockages, et cetera. If we have to write letters for every single issue on the plate of the world, then it's never going to happen. And behavioral economics says, and you look at the UK government's attempts to try to get people to switch energy companies. They've spent millions on getting people to try to switch energy companies in this country because there are cheaper tariffs available, and you can change monthly very, very easily. But people don't do it because change is scary and it's work. And this is one thing that I just wanted to add.
So I've got to go now, but I'm not going to dispute that the public sector is important. That's not what I was saying. But all that I was saying is, you have to take your responsibility as a citizen. In the same way that you write to your representative in Parliament and ask them about what you want them to enact, you should also take responsibility in making sure the company that you produce is not producing coal. Because you can sit in this conference and feel good, but if your pension scheme is producing some of the O2 that shouldn't be there, man, you're responsible. That's the reality, right? Listen, now I'm going to do switch with my other self, right? So watch this magic trick. As I do this, and then I change the way I look.
Thank you.
Change.
Hello.
And who are you?
You can call me Saka, but if you want it to be accurate, my name's Leon.
Leon. And
I work with Hermes, yeah.
All right, welcome.
Simon,
I just want to give this person, I promised a thing, then I'm going to come to you, and Tim wants to write a reply, and I want others involved as well. Quick comment, please, at that table over there. No? I'm sorry, wrong person.
Hello, I'm Sophia. I'm from the UK Green Building Council. It was on the issue of personal responsibility. I see the biggest barrier as being awareness and also transparency. And for me, that's the responsibility of the private sector to tackle. And then you'll get that personal responsibility coming through.
Very good, thank you. Shirley, you've been waiting, and Tim then will give you a right of reply on this. And Tom, and then we may move on to another topic. Shirley.
Yeah, I think, I wouldn't say it was just black and white. I think you have to have pressure from citizens, because politicians will listen to that, as will business. You need politicians to understand where, what is possible, and to lead and to set that policy framework to give certainty to business and the financial institutions to help. There, we talked about before, or I talked before about, the soft power as well as the sort of regulatory power that mayors or governments or whatever have. I think you have to deploy all of them, and divestment, for example. I actually think you have to both put pressure on by asking those companies that, through shareholder actions or whatever, what are they doing? And then keep pressing, because if they're not taking action, but you also have to engage. And transparency and accountability, my previous life, an organisation that I worked for, we were funding a carbon disclosure that enabled companies to benchmark their performance and to understand, why aren't we raising our game? Why are they doing stuff cheaper and producing less carbon emissions than we are? But it also enabled shareholders to go to them and say, why are you reducing my profit share because you're not being efficient? So I think all of these things, just like, we talked before, to get to a 1.5 degree world or well below 2, we're going to have to deploy everything and everyone. And I think how you do it is going to be nuanced depending on which country, what set of regulations or actors you have there. But, we're going to have to do it all.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you later on the politics of managing change, but let me give you a word, Tim, and then over here.
Yeah, just one comment on the importance of public policy and regulation. There's no doubt it's critically important. It's really, in my mind, an issue of timing. When does it deploy and kick in time to make a difference? And I think that's why the investor discussion is so important. It's important because, frankly, asset managers can use their own leverage over the companies that they invest in to go in and say, how are you dealing with transparency around your emissions? Do you have a plan for reducing your emissions? Do you have a plan for tracking against that target? Those kinds of critical questions could come from the investment community now, while the policy frameworks are evolving around the Paris Agreement. So that's how I see the opportunity here.
Okay, thanks so much, Tom.
Just a few comments from my side. Divestments, of course, has been a huge issue in Norway related to our sovereign wealth fund. A decision has been made when it comes to coal. There are lots of caveats, but this is a difficult issue politically to deal with. So I'm not going to offer my few cents worth of that one. But we've talking about personal responsibility, but I think in order to underpin personal responsibility, you need to get the facts right. You need to know what to do. And I can just, since my former boss just left, I can say I listened to my political leadership. So I bought a Volkswagen Golf. And that is definitely a stranded asset these days. We talk about Norway as a potential stranded asset, but my Golf is a stranded asset. I listened to my politicians that said diesel cars are better for the environment than a petrol car. So I bought it, but now I'm basically stuck with it. I don't know really what to do with it either. So I took personal responsibility. I should have bought a Tesla instead. But as a government employee, I cannot afford to buy a Tesla, even though there are lots of Teslas in Oslo. Having said this, of course, the private sector is the key. And I don't know, most of us probably were in Paris, and the whole Paris negotiation site was divided in two by Champs-Élysées in the middle. On the left-hand side, depending on what direction you looked at, my colleagues that were negotiating were busy talking about, I would say, billions of dollars. You went on the other side of the Champs-Élysées and went into the Lima Paris Action Agenda. The CEOs were there. They talked about trillions. So it was a difference of order of magnitude from what we from the public negotiation side were dealing with compared to what the private sector was dealing with. So I just want to make this point that I was actually really encouraged. I flew back home from Paris the day before the deal was closed, but I was quite optimistic because I saw in Paris the CEOs attended. In Copenhagen, it was the CSR people. That indicates to me that business has taken now climate change fully on board and started internalizing. And that's why I think it's reason to be optimistic, because from us, from the government side, we are increasingly under strain when it comes to resources. ODA that I'm dealing with is not going to increase, let's just face it, so we need to use our resources a lot smarter in order to unleash the potential from the private sector.
Okay, let's just pigeonhole that for a second and see whether we can come back to it, because I think this is an illustration of a wider problem, which is around how do you translate high-level numbers on emissions like these into practical policy on the ground. And I don't work on the UK, Shirley, and I'm going to come to you next after that, Janet, but I don't work on the UK, but every time I open the paper, there's a new fight about some aspect of climate change policy. We've heard about nuclear today, onshore wind, subsidies for solar, investment in flood defences and where it should go, and huge numbers of winners and losers in the north of England versus the south of England and so on. And you must confront those hard political realities of policy making every day in London. Mm-hmm. So what are the big pressures and how do you set about resolving them?
I wish I knew the answer. I think it's a trade-off. You first of all, you have to understand where the problem is and who are the winners and losers, and then you try to craft a solution that minimizes the losers and maximizes the winners. But that isn't always possible, and sometimes the political reality is that a mayor or a prime minister or whoever has to make difficult choices. When you're looking at, for example, you know, the air quality case that we're facing, or that was won yesterday in London yesterday against the government, was precisely about putting health first, even though the government had taken a modelling approach which looked at cost first. And that was found to be, we thought, you know, Client Earth took the case and the mayor was party to their case, thought that was untenable for London. And luckily, the courts, well, not luckily, because I think it was a good argument, you know, we won that case. And now we're waiting to see what the government is going to, you know, how the government is going to respond. And we are calling on them to take urgent action, you know, this is long overdue.
Has the mayor taken a position on Heathrow?
Yes, he is anti-Heathrow. And for all the the reasons, primarily air quality, but noise pollution, preferring it to be, you know, I have to say, is outside London to Gatwick is the preferred option because of economic reasons, especially post-Brexit. We're looking at a need to grow our economy in London.
I would like to get some contributions, maybe from other countries as well, on how you manage the politics of climate change action. Mm-hmm. But part of that is around, you know, genders, ages, classes, regions, and difference. So, Janet, talk to us a bit about that and how you work on climate change.
Okay, thanks. Actually, the discussion is very interesting because it's all about people. Mm-hmm. It's all about human health. We are having names like citizens, populations, and all that. It's all about who is affected, how are they affected, and what does that mean in terms of the policy. If we are going to work with the private sector, perhaps one way to push them is to give them statistics and show how men and women of different classes, different ages, different locations are actually affected by the emissions and what this means to their human health. And using, how do we do that? We carry out gender analysis, and for gender analysis, we have to have proper data, sex disaggregated data, gender disaggregated data. But again, all this has to be rooted in science. We have to have assessments which actually carry out gender analysis that is concrete and something that we can rely on. So that if we go to the private sector, we are able to tell them, look, this is what it means on the reality on the ground for the men and the women, boys and girls of different ages, different locations. in terms of how they're being affected. So at the end of the day, gender analysis and gender work becomes very important because we are able to bring out the actual impacts on the lives of men and women wherever they are. But again, it goes beyond just the science component. We have to join the dots with policy and with action at different levels globally up to national levels. So what we advocate for in terms of the work that we do, not just at UN Environment, but also with our many partners, is that a proper analysis has to be carried out. We have to bring the human face, for example, to this discussion. Yeah? We can talk about emissions, but once you bring in the human face and the reality and what that gender differentiated impact is, you're able to really understand what is happening on the ground.
There's a strong view that you sometimes see that the main losers of climate change are women. Is that something you found in your work?
I don't want to use the word losers because over the last 10 years, there's been a lot of progress that has been made. Both internationally, nationally, regionally. So I don't want to say that they are losers, but what I want to say is that there's a lot more that needs to be done, especially in integrating women and women's perspectives. And this is actually gender specific, as opposed to really dealing with men and women's perspectives, in terms of bringing them to the decision-making tables. Right now, we are working on we are looking at the Lima Work Program, which actually looked at how do we have gender balanced representation at the climate change negotiations. We are talking about bringing more women, but really this is so as we can create a gender balance. So there are very many efforts that have been carried out, and there's a lot more that needs to be done. So it's really, I can't really say losers, but it's more like we are heading towards somewhere. We really need to work on it, yeah.
Very good. Who'd like to come in on anything? Yes, please, over there, and at the back. Why don't we start there?
I feel we can change all these numbers that you mentioned into culture. Healthy Planet poems and Healthy Planet theatre, and I suppose Healthy Planet film as well. This means investing in people who want to speak, have voices, but aren't heard, except perhaps here. Thank you for letting me speak. Sylvia Coulter and I published Healthy Planet poems. Well, this was only a minor, it was a tiny effort, but it was an effort. And I have got a lot of Healthy Planet poems. The Car, A Fable for Voices, which went on at the Electric Theatre in Guildford, attracted my son from Norway, actually, and other people in the audience. Well, I think London County Council at one time invested in culture to halt the nuclear arms race. And I think we need more investment in culture to help to halt global...
Good. Thank you. Good point. Over here and then over there.
Thank you. So it's Tim Crosland, Director of Plan B, Strategic Legal Action.
Stand up, please.
Plan B, Strategic Legal Action for the Long-Term Goal. Eric talked a little earlier about the importance of language as a way of engaging people, and I'd just like to focus on the language of emissions gap, the gap between 1.5 and 3.4 degrees Celsius, because it's a little technical, it's a little inaccessible, and what that actually signifies in the real world. And we know what it signifies in the real world because we've got lots of peer-reviewed science. And that tells us a number of things. The first is that 1.5, we retain some sort of control over what's going on. 3.4, we don't. We hit tipping effects, feedback effects. We lose control. Temperature can move quickly from 3 to 4 to 5 to 6, 7 degrees. That gap between 1.5 and 3.4, it's the difference between life and death on a grand scale. It's the difference between the existence and non-existence of coastal cities like London and New York, whole countries like Tuvalu, Maldives, Bangladesh. It's the difference between war and peace. We've seen some of the research coming out about the role of the drought in Syria, and it's the difference between prosperity and poverty. And when we translate it into those terms, it becomes the most important conversation in our species' history.
Tim.
And it becomes more accessible. And so my question really is, should this conversation be described as the emissions gap? Or is there a different way of describing this conversation that makes people understand what it is we're really talking about? That's the question. Thank you.
And that relates really to the previous question about how we make this a popular topic. I don't know whether Nicholas wants to come in on this, or who is one of the authors of the report. And then we might come to you, Jackie, and talk about how to make science popular. How to make science popular.
Thank you. Yeah, Niklas Höhne from New Climate Institute and working for years on the GAP report. I think one of the nice achievements of the Paris Agreement is not only talking about 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees, but really talking about phasing out greenhouse gas emissions totally. So we have to go to zero, yeah? Getting rid of all fossil fuel, and the earlier the better. And basically, if you take the language serious, it's about going to zero fossil fuels at the latest by the middle of the century, everywhere. And that's something you can understand. That's easy to communicate. And it's also easy to translate into things that countries have to do. For example, if you want to have the last fossil fuel powered car on the road by 2050, because they have to all go out, you have to sell the last fossil fuel powered car 15 years earlier, because it will stay on the road 15 years. So that's 2035. So by the latest, sell the last fossil fuel-powered car by 2035. That's around the corner. There are some countries which aim for that even earlier, 2025, like Norway, for example, doesn't want to sell a fossil fuel-powered car anymore. But that's very tangible and very clearly to understand. And car companies now start to understand what that means for them, selling the last fossil fuel-powered car by 2035. Huge difference. And we can go further on. For coal-fired power plants, if we are taking this serious, there will be no new coal-fired power plants as of today to be compatible with this goal. And I think that's the ambition level, which is clear now. But I also think, I'm quite hopeful and also positive that we can do this. And one main thing is the engagement of the non-state actors, of the businesses, of the cities, of the regions. I think national governments have not taken into account all of the action that's happening in that area. And we've seen in the chapter in the emissions gap report on non-state action that it's difficult to quantify. But the one thing I take away from it is that there is more ambition out there than what we see in the national proposals of the countries right now. So the country governments can definitely overachieve what they have put on the table right now.
Very good. Let's hear from you on this question of popularizing. But also, before you came in, we were just talking about how do we, the glass half full or half empty question. And somebody in the audience this morning observed that you and Eric particularly were tremendously positive in your contributions. Okay. And the questions were, how much is that justified? And that led us into the discussion about, do we trust the private sector? How do we handle all the policy dilemmas? So give us a bit of a real world feel.
All right. Well, I'm sitting next to the master of language, I have to say. So when you read it and you think it reads well, it's probably because you were writing and editing it. But let me come back to what Nicholas just said. The emissions gap report actually fulfills a particular role. And we've always said that in a very modest way, it has to be there. Whether it has that title or not is another matter. Why does it have to be there? Because the reason I'm optimistic about Paris is that it perhaps is the most important agreement in the history of human life, because for the first time, not only did governments have to, not only did they come forward and sign up for something, but they've done it in the full glare of public scrutiny. And there are no backroom conversations. The numbers are now out on the table, and if they're not there, we're asking the question, well, where is it? Where is your report? We're checking on you. We're here. So I think that's why I'm optimistic, because there's no hiding. We've taken away a lot of the places where people used to hide, including the private sector. And that's why this year's report, which brings the other players onto the table, is a revolution in its own right, because you're saying, through the eyes of this report, when we're accounting, and more we're paying attention to all the non-government parts, but we're putting you onto the same sort of table, it means that everybody's actions now counts, everybody's actions matter. And before we've always said, oh, well, there's the kind of NGO world doing things, and then there's the people doing forests and so on. But whether the language is fit for purpose, I struggle as much, I think, as everyone, and I feel that we've had to fight the battle of the science. And I feel that, yes, the skepticism is going away. Now we've got the battle of transparency, of coming back again and again and saying, did you do what you said you were going to do? And if not, why not? And can we translate that into, as Nicholas said, for each sector, you know, the last sale? We should have a kind of every year an indicator, how many cars and when is the last one going to be made, and have the man in the factory line who's actually making the last car that's going to be sold. You know, so we have to translate it in that way. But for now, I feel that we've arrived at a very different place than even 5 years ago. Do we have a place for science in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is a real question. Should their role change? So this throws up the very question about how we bring evidence and evidence-informed decision-making. But I'm completely open to the fact that this may be not the right title for 5 years' time, but I still think we've got a few years to go. So,
as a scientist, you understand about probabilities. So tell me, 42 gigatons in 2030, what probability do you put on us getting to that?
The report says 66% chance, 2/3 chance of getting there. My sense is it's probably higher than that. I can see an escalation of effort, which means that we're more likely to be closer to 75 to 80%. Why do I say that? Because I can see that people, particularly in industry, are beginning to look over their shoulder and seeing others doing things. And that's how the HFCs, the Kigali, went so quickly, because the people who were doing the negotiations started to look on the other side of the table and realized, oh my goodness, if we don't move. Yeah.
Just remembering we're on the record, do you say in the report that there is a 66% chance of getting to 42 gigatons on the basis of...
No, what we say is if we achieve this, there's a 66% chance
of
holding warming to it. Will we get to 42 gigatons? On current rates, and if we go as slow as we have been, no. But I think that if we put the caveats in, peaking at 2020, then we've got the biggest chance possible. But that really is the big if for me.
Hands up if you're optimistic about 42 gigatons by 2030. Hands up if you're not.
Half, all right, 2/3, all right.
Farouk, and then there's somebody over there who wanted to come in.
Well, I really wanted to pick up on this point about how to popularize science and decision making, and exactly what Nicholas was saying, and then Jackie picked up what I call catalytic trigger points. And I've actually got a proposal that I'd really like to work on with anybody who wants to work with me, including potentially funders. And the idea is like looking at the SDG framework and doing exactly what Nicholas said and saying, if you want to get to certain points, what are the key actions you need to do to get to that point? For example, if you want universal education for all elementary school children, you need the schools in place by a certain point so that these kids are then old enough to enroll. Or vice versa, if you want to go to complete renewable energy access, you need a smart grid in place. The infrastructure needs to be there before you can actually harness that energy. And I don't think anybody's done this piece of work anymore, and it's very, very important because this then goes back to the other point that was being made. This is linking actions for outcomes. So yes, the gap thing is what we need to achieve, but to do that, what is the outcome that we're actually trying to realize? And therefore, before the gap issue, what are the actions we need to take before that? And really, I think this is crucial now because we've set ourselves these very ambitious goals and targets, whether it's the Paris Climate Deal or the SDGs, but we're not quite sure when we need to do things. And I would say those deadlines are approaching very, very quickly. And there are certain points where it will literally be impossible to achieve certain SDG targets if we do not begin to do things soon. But we don't even know what those trigger points are. So I would really like to do a piece of work on this. And that links, of course, to the next big concept that I've been championing at Future Earth, which is the evolution of this binary concept of the science policy interface into something more triangular, the science policy society interface. And I think that we need to get people involved. We need to utilize them and people power, and of course, just the democratic system in general, i.e. general elections, to get people to use science to make their own electoral decisions and to do advocacy. Because there's also a risk here about if you're asking scientists to do advocacy work, policy advocacy work, there is a direct risk of introducing a certain bias into the scientific method and the scientific process. And we need to insulate scientists against that, but we also need to utilize their work much better. And I think that civil society, NGOs, stakeholders like myself and others can be a conduit, that we can be the sort of interlocutor that fulfills that need, which picks up the science, utilizes it in our own advocacy efforts, in our own policy-making suggestions, and it puts it onto the hands of the decision makers.
Okay.
And can I just make one last point, which is my big idea that I never get to say? For me, this is all about governance and accountability. I think that governance, sustainable development governance, is the most unique part of the SDG framework, in that it is the only part that is both an enabler and an outcome. The first 15 goals are very much outcomes. The last goal is very much an enabler. But that goal, 16 plus parts of 17, is unique. And unless we get these enabling conditions right, which allow us to make decisions, I think it will be that much harder to achieve the 15 goals. So governance and accountability matters now more than ever. And one last example where this is not happening already. And I think everybody needs to be aware of this. It's a huge risk. The SDGs, as we all know, are voluntary arrangements. They are going to produce, the UN will be producing, UN Stats specifically, an SDGs annual progress report. They've decided, the governments have decided that they won't disaggregate by country. So you won't know which country is doing what. Because of the leave no one behind principle, they will disaggregate by demography, so you'll know women, children, but you won't know which country is doing bad, and you won't be able to hold them to account, and you won't even know which country is doing particularly well. This is a huge barrier to accountability. We have to start championing against that.
Very good. Catalytic turning points is a nice idea. 2 from the floor, then Hans, then Tim, and then we'll see who else wants to come in. 2 or 3 from the floor. There was somebody on this table who hasn't got a hand up? No, well, we'll start with you then, and then you, and then, oh, you were waiting, I apologize. We'll come to you in a minute. This lady here first, please.
So I've been here since the very early morning, and we've been talking a lot about what policy and business and...
Say who you are, sorry.
Sorry, my name is Sonia Potense, and so we were talking about what everybody can do, and I haven't heard anybody mention actually reducing our consumption of energy. So I would like to hear opinions about what's the role of that.
Very good, thank you very much. Let's go here because you were on the last list and I forgot you, sorry.
John Moorhead from BSD Consulting. I wanted to come back to your original question to the floor about what policies. And you mentioned it yourself, which is a price on carbon. What I would like to say is that I think all that's just been mentioned about renewable energies, culture, language, all these aspects of how to do it are obviously very important. But in addition to that, I think that a meaningful price on carbon is going to help, because that's also a language which, when we were talking about personal responsibility, in terms of the finance community, they understand dollars and cents. So if you put a price on a ton of carbon, then that would also be very meaningful in terms of reaching the objective. And the reason I think in the mix that a price on carbon is as important as it is I'd like to come back on what Eric mentioned at the beginning, Eric Sondheim, when he was talking about acid rain. For those of us who have lived through the 80s and 90s, this was the big topic, the big environmental topic. Acid rain was killing our trees. And acid rain, we don't talk about nowadays nearly as much. And the reason is that, as Eric said, we solved it. And the way it was solved is by putting a price on sulfur. And that's how it was solved. It was a cap and trade that enabled us to remove that problem. So I think that a price on carbon, let's say over $100 a ton, would be fantastic. But to get there would be extremely helpful in reducing emissions.
Good luck with that one in the short term. Gentleman there, then at the back, and then we'll come back to the panel. Yes, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor.
Hold the microphone up.
I want to, the debate has been going on, and it seems to understand there's a kind of a missing link between what we are debating on. When you talk about essentially I want to look into the area of Africa. Before 2015 Paris submissions, it is a data giving out that about 16.9% is the emission that comes out from that continent. So and when you look at that 16.9% from Africa and that 8% probably from South Africa alone, and another 6 countries contributing 46%. And obvious to this, more countries also are started exploration, and some are already ongoing, some are in pipeline on their hydrocarbon reserves. And there is a missing link between the public policy issues with the investment drive from to the continent. So what are we actually doing to ensure that this percentage that is coming from that continent is actually embedded into what international commitment we are bringing it to the table? We have 162 NDCs submitted as at October, and 53 of those NDCs are from Africa. So ambitious that we want to reduce emissions. And investment drive are still going through hydrocarbon. So I want also to look at how are we creating these linkages.
Okay, thanks so much. There was somebody at the back there, and then the panel, and then we'll reconvene.
Thank you, Nicholas Watts from the Institute of Commonwealth Studies. Just quickly on the Commonwealth data and behaviour change. The Commonwealth heads of government met in November last year. 52 heads of government went with one message to Paris, and arguably that had a positive impact. And I'm wondering about a renewed focus on the Commonwealth as a convening power with its 52 nations, and there wasn't much mention here of Commonwealth countries. For example, in the Norwegian study, I don't think there were any listed. The Commonwealth is currently developing a curriculum framework for the Sustainable Development Goals, and we've heard a little bit about the need from R&D from Farouk, which I agree. I think also there's a need to scale up behaviour change research and support for education for the SDGs. And in behaviour change research, we also need to be looking carefully at the infrastructure supporting changing behaviours, from house design, street layout, and so on. And finally, in any curriculum framework for the SDGs, I wonder something else we haven't heard so much about, which is in monitoring and evaluation, how we put together the capacity in small island states in particular to provide the data that's needed for monitoring and evaluation. And there's a paradox at the moment. The SIDS, the so-called big ocean states, are discovering oil offshore just too late. The horrible irony of that is they're the ones who still have some emissions to do, if one puts it in terms of equity.
Hans, and then Tim, and then what I'm going to do is try and summarise where I think I've got to, and you can tell me what I'm missing, and we can see what we do with the last quarter of an hour. Hans.
I started doing my career as an acid rain researcher, so I'm ended up now as an energy diplomat, so it's a transition. But the point I was trying to make was in hot pursuit of Farouk. If you look at education, how many engineers and technicians do we need in order to close whatever gap we are talking about? You can start doing this calculus, and I was working with a former colleague of mine in Kenya dealing water. So we looked at how many water engineers will Kenya need in order to achieve the MDG target, which we talked about at that time. How many kids do they have to put in school today in order to get the X number of engineers? It was quite obvious based on that spreadsheet that he had developed that Kenya would not be able because they didn't have the trained people in order to do it. So I think this is exactly a really important point that we need to put a lot more emphasis on education, innovation, especially then girls, in order to make sure that we have the qualified people to start addressing this.
Thank you. Tim.
Yeah, just one more point on the data. What we found was that actually it's a very, very small subset of global companies that are responsible for a huge part of this problem. If you actually look at it, the data shows that it's 50 companies that are responsible for about 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Wow. So I'm not saying these 50 are the big villains. What I am saying is that this is an opportunity to engage in an intense way with these companies to start to really push on planning for mitigating this problem.
50% of all
50 companies, 30% global emissions, including supply chain and value chain.
Yeah. Of the 50-odd gigatons in the world, 50 companies are responsible
30%.
Wow. Or what's 30% of 50? 15.
Who are they?
16.
Tell us who they are.
A lot. We have a list.
Is it public?
Yes. And
where can we find it?
Well, between me and a very large room, because I guess it's on the record, we have the list. It was put together initially by The Guardian, did an extremely good due diligence job, and we've checked it, so it stacks up. And if you do take a view of carbon pricing, and you take a view of how much the whole situation we're in costs, we should be delivering large invoices to those companies, door-stopping them, and it would basically look like the world economy 3 times over. But yes, you can point the finger, and it's not so much that it's how much tonnage, because it's done over a period of time, but the calculus looks pretty robust.
On a point of clarification, are we talking about 50% of all industrial emissions or 50% of global emissions?
Global emissions.
30% of global emissions.
30% of the global emissions.
I was what you mean because they make cars which they're not directly emitting.
No, it's the products and services that then generate in some instances. Some of them themselves are the large industries, the steel industry, for example, Tata and others, yeah. But that list is public, and it's certainly, if you were an advocate and you wanted to go and doorstep like some famous film stars, you could certainly do a good job.
The list is available in the report we just published today also, and you can get that. Give your business card to John, and he'll get
It's on your website also.
It's also on the website, sustainability.thomsonreuters.com.
Could somebody tweet it with the hashtag emissions gap, which is the one that we're using?
Yep.
So we can all have the link?
We'll do that.
Leon's waiting, but if it's irrelevant, come in quickly.
No, just very quickly. The 50 companies that Tim's referring to that correspond to 30% is actually, we looked at, it's not in this specific report. In this specific report, these 50 account for 10% of global emissions. But we published another report where from the Global 500, there are 32 fossil fuel producers together with what we call fossil fuel users, if you will, consumers. And that includes scope 3, so the use of the product sold, for instance, in the case of the automobile industry, and the use of fossil fuels. And we come up with 30%. But there was another also very important study that was done by Rick Heady that showed that since industrial times, there are 90 odd entities, so they include states. China, for instance, owned companies that produce coal and so on and so forth. And so those 90 entities accounted for the production of fossil fuels that account for, since the Industrial Revolution, 2/3, 66%. So I guess the message here is that you can work with, shall we say, a manageable number of companies, of cities, of countries where there really is the concentration of greenhouse gas emissions. It's the old Pareto rule. And so that's by working with these, we can really, really make a difference in terms of greenhouse gas
Of those 50, just take that number, and we're not allowed apparently to talk about, angels and villains for good reasons, but roughly how many, let's look at the good news, how many of those 50 have really serious emission reduction programs?
Yeah, I mean, I would say based on the evidence of their emissions declining, I would say it's 25%. 25% are showing, and by that I mean we're seeing continued business operations with emissions declining in line with IPCC guidance, roughly.
So I'm saying this for Twitter. Is it fair to say that 75% of the 50 largest private sector emitters are not shouldering their responsibility in reducing emissions?
I don't have the data in front of me, but that's generally the correct number.
Very good. Leon. Oh, no, Tim, you were next. Sorry.
No, that was my comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Leon.
So, I mean, as an investor, we're a mainstream investor, so we'll invest in anything if it does achieve a return. I can confirm that of the 700 companies we're invested in the equity market, 70% of the carbon emissions, which we are responsible for through those investments, come with just nine companies. So it is very consolidated in specific sectors, which might just take me on to the point which the lady in here made about, what about reducing energy? And I'd like to talk about return on investment. So we are talking about behaviors here, and we need everyone to be incentivized to make the right decisions. And very positively, if you take real estate, there is a positive return on investment work, which was done by UNEP FI as well, which says that if you can introduce technologies which reduces energy, which increases energy efficiency and reduces carbon emissions, and you get a very good return out of it. So in King's Cross, which Saka mentioned before, we put in 9,000 square meters of green roofs. We've done it partly because it earns a good return. We've also introduced, we've offset the power which is used in the buildings in King's Cross by 79% using combined heat and power. So there are technologies which give you the return on investment, and those are the technologies we really should be pushing. However, some of these technologies are at the start of their experience curve. And what we really need to do is get them down the experience curve. People better than I know that the cost of solar has come down significantly. Now, solar doesn't have the answer for every application. But just hearing that Dubai, following the Morocco, and I understand that solar plant in Dubai is very efficient. It's more efficient than the fossil fuels. But governments need to help just get us along, just get us a little bit further, because we need the behaviors to be right. But if we can have a subsidy just to get us on to the place where we can earn that return on investment, the government's role is over in that case, because the private sector will just take it forward. And then...
Last point.
Okay. Then there's the question, we've heard coal is bad. We've heard oil is bad. Gas is a bit better. We love solar. There are ways of reducing carbon with coal power stations. I've heard the chairman of Glencore say that Indonesia, and you might laugh because it... No, he's historically the chief executive of BP and was there at Macondo. But you've got to take... So India and Indonesia are going to put in coal power stations. Our interest as a global community is for them to put in the technology which minimizes the carbon emissions. If you can reduce the level of a ton of carbon by a more efficient coal plant, is as good as a ton of carbon saved elsewhere. And I think we've got to be clear about the realities out there. And if Indonesia and India are going to put in coal power stations, then we as a global community need to help them do that in a way which is most carbon efficient.
Thank you very much. Sorry to cut you off. There was a woman over there, then I'm going to say something, then I'm going to ask the panel to lead us into lunch with something inspiring. So you had your hand up, I think?
Hi, Stephanie Evers from Liverpool John Moores University. I've spent the last 5 years living out in Southeast Asia. I'm seeing quite a low amount of discussion on the sort of international and in fact quite a lot of idea about, well, we should name and shame countries or name and shame companies, etc., who's doing what, where and when. I think that there is a real need here to stop putting these boundaries up in terms of what countries are doing what, and look at, from a global point of view, a very strategic way that we can move forward in terms of what are the big wins that we can achieve. So, for example, I work in tropical peat swamps, and these areas are storing more carbon than all the CO2 in the atmosphere, more carbon than all the forests around the world. They're not really understood, and they are being degraded massively, and we're losing millions of tons of carbon to the atmosphere every year because of this approach. Now, what I want to say is really that if we were to put some of the funding that we put into some of these flagship projects in developed countries, that perhaps, there is benefit to them, but could we look strategically at the way that the funding is going into projects and think, actually, if we look at this from a global point of view, can we be much more clever with our funding so that our net sort of carbon pound goes a lot further depending on where we put it? And I think that whole country by country approach breaks, puts barriers in that strategic way that we can look at this. It is a global problem and it needs a very global solution. That I don't think currently is the way that we're looking at it.
Thanks. More carbon in tropical peat swamps than in the atmosphere.
Yes.
That's a sharp. I suppose what we would say is it's not either peat swamps or the emissions gap report, but it could be both. I have some takeaways. Let me share them and see whether or not they resonate, and then I'll ask the panel to conclude the session for us. These are science-led reports. I'm not an author. I was only on the steering committee. The science underpinning this and the quality of the scientists is amazing. Unbelievable quality of technical analysis. And really that's the heart of the messaging, I guess, from this event, is around what are the emissions, how do they relate to pledges, and what are the gaps to the temperature goals that we have set for ourselves. There is some very complicated economics underpinning some of these targets, as well as study of carbon emissions, integrated assessment models, trying to estimate what's going to happen as a result of growth. But the gap is what it is. It's then open to interpretation, really, whether it's half full or half empty. I'm an economist, so everything's always half empty. Some of you are more optimistic. I look at this and I see that Paris delivered only 30%, and I become extremely concerned about what that means, really, in terms of the decisions that have to be taken. However, I take Ilmi's point that Paris is the tunnel, not the train, and that what this does is open up possibilities for change and set the world on the right path, and that emissions from fossil fuel use in industry have begun to fall. So that's good news. But I don't think that we should underestimate for a second how difficult it is to deliver policy. And I say that partly as a result of reading the papers in the UK. Every single decision that is taken here is contested. And I remember being in a dinner at Chatham House with a then Secretary of State for Climate Change, who said, you have to understand that every time I have 3 of you in my office arguing for action on climate change, I've got 10 people standing outside arguing against. And the question that I think Shirley put on the table, which is how do you balance the winners and the losers, is really important. We've heard that the private sector has enormous potential to do good, that 25% of them, so to speak, are doing it, and many, many still have more to do. And there may be all sorts of reasons for that. We have to change the culture. By the way, there were 2 pavilions that you talked about in Paris. The third one was round the corner, which was where all the civil society people were mostly covered in blue body paint and sending messages to the planet and so on. So there is an enormous investment in culture, but I think Eric made this point this morning, leadership is absolutely crucial, and how we message it and how we engage people. And then we get down to the really detailed nitty-gritty that most of us work on, which is what combination of market signals, regulation, what level of carbon taxes, what subsidies for innovation, what new standards for domestic appliances, what measures to roll out carbon efficient housing on a much larger scale right across the country and not just in London. All those are the really difficult questions. And the conversation we often have in drafting this report is, do we get into policy or do we stick at the science? And mostly this report does a really good job at sticking to the science, telling the story, and leaving it to the rest of us in the community, if you like, to take the next step and investigate what might be done. And it's urgent, and we all agree, but bloody hell, it's going to be difficult. And I think that detailed policy design really is at the crux of it. So that's what I want to say. I'm going to start at this end, Hans, and just give you all a couple of minutes before lunch, just to say what messages you take away from the launch and from today, and what you'd like people in the world to hear about the next steps. A couple of minutes each.
I think 2015 was a remarkable year. We had the finance for development, we got the SDGs adopted, and we had Paris. So this was a remarkable undertaking, and it also really demonstrated political leadership. The question is whether the politicians will stay on this agenda or they will find something else. That's a small caveat. But I think that through the hard work we did in 2015, we've set the targets. Direction is clear. These 2 reports that we have launched today demonstrates quite clearly that we are not doing enough. So now, moving forward, the key thing is implementation, implementation, implementation. And being a half-empty engineer, I would say there's one topic that has not been addressed at all in this forum today, and that is adaptation. I've been on the board, or I'm on the board of the Adaptation Fund, And I think that we need to increasingly start focusing on adaptation. And then, as a note on adaptation, I heard it's going to start snowing in Norway, so I have to go back home and put on my studded tires. And that is adaptation in practice. And we have to start focusing more on adaptation, because if it's 1.5 degrees or 3 degrees, still there will be a tremendous need to adapt to a new climate. Thank you.
What does snow tires do to the emissions of your Golf, is what we want to know.
The stranded assets.
Few percentages.
I was going to say, yes, but snow tires on your diesel Volkswagen Golf, which you were misled into buying. Well, thank you. I will only say one thing. I think everyone's heard me speak enough today. I'm an optimistic policy analyst, so I will try to end on an optimistic note. Shireen started by saying every gigaton matters. I would say, yes, of course, but even more so, every milligram matters. And that means we have to harness the power of the people and get everybody involved. Again, just trying to do this through a top-down policy agenda is not right. Everything we've talked about, capacity building, education, awareness raising, we have to do all of these things. I estimate the SDGs, for example, have an awareness rate. I use a factor of 10 times the World We Want survey, which was 10 million people, so 100 million people. These are global goals for humanity's future. They are for everybody. That represents 1.3% of the global population. That is a communications failure. Everybody should know about the SDGs. Everybody should know about the Paris climate deal. We have to do better. And this is the only way we're going to get this way, because it really requires literally everybody to do their bit. And therefore, if every milligram matters, I think the next step of this report, the report's great, but what's under the water of this iceberg? I think what we're capturing is only a certain bit about what are the initiatives we can undertake, the potential for things to change. And I would really like us to go further and really get the ability of individuals, not just corporations, not just governments and everybody else, but everybody to make a difference and to fulfill that gap via concerted community universal action.
Thank you very much. Jackie.
I'd like to represent two personas, if I could. So, Chief Scientist. I think what we've heard today is about creating direction and then managing action. I think the emissions gap report gives us a way to create the direction, and we've heard great ideas about how do we manage that action, because there are so many things we could do. We better start managing them so they're coherent and you don't end up, cancelling each other's efforts out. So as a scientist, I'm happy that we continue to underpin that creation of direction. I think that's very, very important. And then we open up to everybody getting involved. Now I'd like to talk about my other persona, which is as the wife of a Maasai chief. And I'm increasingly responsible for actually a growing number of people, which has gone from 200 to 4,000 to 500,000. And it's kind of tricky, because these are the people who are living through drought, losing their cows and so on. But in my village, of which there are nearly 400 people, the vast majority are illiterate. The women particularly don't read, don't write or anything. So they wonder, they say to me, Nasserian, which is my name, where are you going on safari? Oh, I'm going to London and I'm going to Marrakesh. What to do? Oh, to talk about climate, you see. So, what does that mean? So you have to imagine you've got 35 mud huts, of which I have one. It's a beautifully air-conditioned house. I don't need to worry about anything, and et cetera, et cetera. We have solar power. We have solar water pumped. We have lights in the house. People can now, do their homework and so on and so forth. But the fundamental point for them is that it all starts to add up, because you can make the case that there's a drought, those are the cattle that are dying, here's your house, you have solar power, not the coal power, which the government's going to sell them, probably with quite a lot of corruption as well. But what they actually understand without any models, without any computation, is how many cows is it possible for a household to have today with climate change? And one evening, with all the elders and with everyone around the table, they did that calculation in their heads, and it was impressive. And they understood the entirety of their pasture and the lands that they had, and they said, 50 years ago, we could have 50 cattle per household, and we would consider ourselves rich. Then we overexploited, and we went up to maybe, if you were really, really well off, maybe 100 cattle. But, we've decided that our top limit is about 3 cows per household. 3 cows per household. And they did the calculation, and it's probably about right. So don't underestimate the power of being able to communicate climate change to people who've got no literacy, but they get it because they're actually living in a world where all the dots are connected up. And so I come back to changing consumption patterns. Well, yeah, they did it overnight. And they also cut the number of children that they can then support. So I think that's what we need to understand, is that actually people do understand the problem. And we just need to enable them to be able to effect changes in their own lives, whether it's studded tires or stranded assets, I don't know. But we just need governments to help, I think.
Very good.
For people to do it themselves.
Thanks very much. Janet.
Thank you. About early this year, UN Environment, actually through the stewardship of Jackie and the division that she heads, which is the science division, released the Global Gender Environment Outlook, which took us about 4 years to prepare. And from this, the Global Gender Environment Outlook is downloadable from the UN Environment website, so you can have a look at it. And there were 30 things that came out from this, and I'll just quickly go through them. One of them is the importance of overall the importance of linking science, policy, and action. Whether you want to do a triangle, a circle, whatever it is, but the three must be linked. We must join the dots of science, policy, and action if we're going to address the gendered impacts of climate change or environmental degradation. So when you talk about science, I mean, we're talking about looking into assessments by the IPCC, whether we want to look at the assessments, the UN environment assessments. We're talking about integrating gender perspectives throughout all these assessments. And this current emissions gap report does actually address, bring out the importance of addressing gender equality issues when we're addressing emissions. So that's why one of the key things that came out, that we must integrate gender perspectives at all levels of assessments. And this actually makes science interesting and exciting to apply. The other is policy. Now, we can go into all the policy issues, but recently we did an analysis of the NDCs, and it shows that about a third of the NDCs actually have integrated gender perspectives in the commitments, in the reports, in the submissions they've made. But these are different levels of commitment. Some are cosmetic, and you wonder, really, are they actually going to implement this? So that tells us that we need to go further and support countries, our state parties, in terms of making the commitments actually concrete actions on the ground, capacity building, there's helping develop gender-responsive climate policies, et cetera, and et cetera. The other is action, which really feeds into what Jackie has just talked about. How does the reality, using the example that she's just brought out, feed into policy to bring about positive change? We're talking about the stories on the ground, how men and women in their daily lives, irrespective of wherever they are, whether it's in developed countries and developing countries, whether they are in the Marshall Islands, wherever they are, how does that reality actually feed into policy, into science, and vice versa? And that makes then gender issues, gender mainstreaming issues very interesting in terms of addressing how do we address the gendered impacts at different levels. So therefore, in terms of earlier on we talked about making it our responsibility. I think addressing gender issues in the work that we do is our personal responsibility. It's not going to be the responsibility of a specific agency. It's everyone's responsibility because, like I said earlier, we have to put the human face into the work that we do. And one of it is by addressing the gendered impacts of whatever it is that we are doing.
Thank you very much. Janet, Shirley.
Thank you. I guess the one or 2 points I'd want to make is, I think, coming back to the conversation about targeting and also the point there about whether we're allocating resources in the most appropriate way. So New Climate Economy did some analysis, I think a year or two ago, where they talked about the contribution of cities to emissions, and they identified 500 cities. London is part of, actually initiated the C40. It started out as C18, 2040 now, and it's now nearly 100 cities globally, which are responsible for a huge amount of GDP, something in the order of, I think, 12%, and a huge amount of emissions. But these are mayors who are dedicated to tackle climate change and were, I think, partly instrumental in raising the game of their national leaders in Paris to get the agreement signed. I don't know if you saw that amazing photo where all the mayors were standing on the steps of the Paris Hotel de Ville, which was phenomenal. But those cities, those mayors are doing a lot of actions, different actions around the world, but they are mobilizing and demanding more devolution of powers and so on. But I think if you're talking about allocating of resources, those mayors, as I've said before, are responsible for implementation of fast action and trying to avoid lock-in before 2020. So targeting those funds at those areas, or support or attention. You know, we talked about transparency and accountability. You know, mayors listen to what their people are saying. You know, they want to get re-elected. So, you know, that sort of combination of things is a powerful driver. So I would argue for, you know, targeting, not necessarily naming and shaming. At the C40, we do a lot of awards and a lot of you know, it's about best practice sharing and accelerating and understanding what the problems are. You know, outside of C40, cities are doing that too, and others, companies through the various partnerships that they have, but they also have others that are monitoring what they're doing through, you know, through organisations like CDP or others. So I think that combination of actions is really powerful, and we should try and focus on that.
Thank you very much, Leon.
So first of all, would like to welcome the report and thank you for all the work which UNEP has put into it. I'm looking forward to read it in detail, but obviously it gives us a challenge, what we need to achieve. So how do we achieve that? Everyone knows that this is a market failure. And in economist terminology, this is probably the largest externality the world has ever faced. So this is a cost which is not being paid for, but which we are all incurring. So we look to policymakers to fix the market failure. And we're looking for a mixture of things we've said already today: the end to the fossil fuel subsidy, helping those low carbon technologies get off the ground, some form of market pricing, if that is going to help. That would help, because then you pay for it. But also trying to look at policymakers working together globally, recognizing that different countries are at different stages and that this is a global issue. But we as investors have to step up to the plate. We have to engage with the companies we own to look further than the next short-term financial return. Look 10, 15, 20, 25 years ahead to build a sustainable company which takes this into account and also serves not only the investor but other stakeholders as well. Because if they do that, they'll be able to meet the future. And if we own buildings, if we're part of building communities, and we have to manage that, we have our responsibility to reduce the carbon emissions, increase the energy efficiency as well. And thirdly, and finally, in terms of investor responsibility, we need to look for those direct investments we can make, which will have a positive environmental impact. That is for us to do as well, and work together with governments, policymakers, and with the citizens we ultimately represent.
Thanks so much. Last word to you, Tim.
Yeah, I'd just like to go back to Jackie's cows for a second. It actually is possible to know how many cows per year you need to reduce, and we do this in our analysis of corporate behavior. It turns out if you look at where we started in 2010 and where we need to be in 2050, you need to go down about 1.4% per year. And so this is really the question to ask a corporation, or really a farmer, or even your cow: are you going down 1.4% per year? Because if you're not, you're creating a gap for yourself. So I think it's really important that, you know, there is science on this, and it is possible to quantify leadership, despite, you know, all of the complexity of the business.
Good, thanks. Listen, I've got a couple of thank yous I've been asked to make, but I go all around the world talking about this topic, as I'm sure you will do, and I don't know the Gigaton report yet, but I will. But certainly the emissions gap report is an absolutely essential source. And, you know, the key figure, which is on page 15, this one, which describes what we're doing, where's the gap, what do we need to do, is the PowerPoint I use in every single presentation I make on climate change. And it opens up exactly the kind of conversation that we've had today. Some optimists, some pessimists, some very focused on public policy, some focused on the private sector, but everybody concerned with doing what we can to close the gap. So I think the first thing we should do is to say thank you to UNEP for producing this report and consistently doing such a good job on it. CDKN is working on these topics. As I said, in 70 odd countries. We've done a guide on how to implement NDCs. We've worked on gender and climate change as well, and they co-sponsored this, so thanks to us. Thanks to Thomson Reuters, Sustainability. Thanks to the government of the Netherlands, the government of Norway, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of course to UNEP, to the Technical University in Copenhagen, who've done an enormous amount of work to put all this together, the Gender and Environment Programme, and to the One Gigaton Coalition. And because there are so many sponsors, we get a free lunch. So thank you all very much. Please join me in thanking this panel.